Mr. Maponya?
Apologies for that. For today's proceedings, Madam Chair, we have lined up 6 witnesses to give oral evidence before the commission. So with leave of the Honorable Commission, I may call the first witness.
Yes, you may do so.
May I call our first witness, Maditaba Ramatsoso. Madam Commissioner, I believe that you have the updated index. The statement of Ms. Maditaba will be found in page 93 to 96, and she is witness number 21.
Maditaba Ramatsoso.
Indeed so, Madam Chair. I believe, Madam Chair, that Ms. Maditaba needs a Sesotho translator.
Yes. Will the Sotho interpreter please come forward? Advocate Semenya.
Mayor Ramatsoso, good morning.
Dumela Mme Ramatsoso. Greetings.
Do you have an objection in taking the prescribed oath?
Ana o ka ba le bothata ka ho nka kano? Chair.
Do you swear the evidence you are about to give us will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Ana o go bopaki bo o tlo re fang bona e tla ba nnete mme e be nnete fela haeba o dumellana le sena phamisa letsoho la hao le letshehadi le letona kopa tshwareng le letona mme o re modimo nthuse. So God help me.
The witness is sworn in, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Semenya. Mr. Maponya?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps for purposes of following, I shall use the same structure that I have been using ever since I was here, in that we'll start by leading evidence on how did they come about living at Usindiso building, and then the narration of the events of the night of the fire, and thereafter the aftermath of the fire at Usindiso building. Good morning, Ms. Maditaba.
Dumela Mme Maditaba. Greetings.
Could you tell the commission as to where are you from and what do you do for a living?
O ka jwetsa commission hore o etsang bakeng sa ho iphedisa mosebetsi o sebetsang mohlomong?
Ne ke sebetsa ke tshwara diphiso po ba mosebetsi wa fela ka lebaka la mollo. Ke nna le mone ke sebetsa teng ya ba mosebetsi wa fela ka lebaka la mollo mo tjena ke dutse fela.
I was working somewhere, and then the job that I was doing, I no longer had to do it. So right now I'm not doing anything. I'm at home.
And where are you from?
Ho tswa ho kae?
Lesotho.
Lesotho.
Am I right to say that you are familiar with the purpose of this commission and the hearing that we are having today, and that there are certain aspects that you wish to enlighten the commission with in conducting its mandate?
Ana ke ne pila hanka go wena wa tseba ho lebaka kapa thumo ya commission ena, mme hona le ditaba tse o batlang ho arolelana tsona le commission. Ana ke ne pila hanka re jwalo.
Eh.
Yes.
Mme Ramatsoso, kopa o buele haholonyana so that batho ba le teng mo ba tlo tseba ho utlwa ntho e tjhong.
You please raise your voice so that people that are here can hear what you're saying.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. Could you tell the Commission as to how did you come about living at Usindiso building?
Ana o ka jwetsa commission hore na ho etsaetseng hore o tlohe ho Usindiso building, moaho o wa Usindiso building. Living, how did it happen that I left? That's the question of the witness.
How did she come about living, as in like staying at Usindiso building?
Okay, ho etsahetseng hore o dule sebakeng seo sa Usindiso.
Ha ke tla fihla Usindiso building NL 2019.
When I arrived at Usindiso, it was 2019.
So ke ne ke dula ho nona le sebaka so no thwe ke Phumula Mkashi kwana ha o tsamaya ka Golden Highway ke ne ke katile mokhukhu wa motho mo.
There is a place that is called
Phumula Mkashi ha o tsamaya ka
Phumula Mkashi. I was guarding someone's shack there.
So ya ba morunga mokhukhu wa mfounela hore mona building ya Usindiso e ka go hona le batho ba tlo kena.
And then the owner called me telling me that in that building of Usindiso, somebody is going to come to stay there. To stay there.
So ya ba ke atla na go ne ke fihla ka fumana ho notletse di maponisa metro e ka ga ba hanela ho kena.
And then I came, and then when I arrived, I saw Metro Police stopping people to come in.
Yeah.
Yes.
So ya ba ke khutlela morao mo ke dulang teng.
And then I went back to where I was staying.
Ke gola ona 2019 ho ya ke sa hopola hore ne le kgwedi feng. Ya ba ke kopana le mogotsi wa ka e mong a ba o nana le ho mo.
I think 2019, I do not remember the month. I then came across my friend
Yes.
who was staying there. She had a room there.
So ya ba ge a bua nna le nna ba nentse ke batla bodulo.
And then we spoke because I wanted accommodation.
Ya ba o ga kang pham room ka 2000.
And then she said that she can give me a room for the amount of 2,000.
Yes. So ka reka room mare ne sentse le nakong ya ho wa hae bo December so ka mo fa 1,000 rand ka re ke tla mo qetela ha ke khutla.
So then, because it was already approaching December, I was about to go home, and then I gave 1,000 rand and said that I will give her the rest when I come back.
Ya re khutla ka mo patala ka kena room.
And when I came back, I paid her, and then I occupied the room.
Could you describe, sorry for that, could you describe the conditions at Usindiso building when you first moved in?
Ana o ka hlalosa maemo a moaho ona wa Usindiso ha o ne o qala o kena ho ona.
Usindiso a ne ke qala ho kena ho no le hantle. O ba ke qadile ka dula third floor. Ho no le hantle ho le clean ba ke thotse o no dula bo Malawi. Ho no le skono ho duleya.
Okay. When I arrived at Usindiso building, it was clean. It was a place that I could stay in because firstly I started staying on the 3rd floor.
Ho no dula bo Malawi mo Gauteng.
Malawians.
Yes.
Malawians, because Malawians were staying there. People from Malawi were also staying there.
Could you expand more on the conditions
Okay.
of at Usindiso
Yeah.
building when you first
Ba.
started moving them?
Ke a dutse re dutse mono le bo Malawi ho le clean. Ho no na le maTanzania magana so be mangata ka nako eno ne ke fihla itse ha o so fihla maTanzania a ba mangata ka mono ha ke tswa ha ke fumane ba butse shop so ya ba se ba le bangata maTanzania ha qala ho ba fail.
All right, when I arrived, it was clean at that place because Tanzanians were staying there as well, but not a lot of them. Afterwards, when I came back from home, they had opened shops. That is where it started being untidy.
Ka mona ka site la ka next door ka mona ho na le ba bang o thole go hwa tsujwa ene mokhukhu ne ka mo ka mona ke dula ho no sa kwale ya mo go fungudimo ene o thole go smoko se kena ka mona ngwana o teng ke na le ngwana monyane so ya ba ke desire ho batla go mo ka nene o tla thola go ba beile dibotlolo o ba se seditsa ke tsebe ke tsa bo di drink tsa majwala so ke tshabela go ngwana o tla tlwang ka ntho tse adimo.
The room next door where I was staying, they used to smoke, and my roof did not have much covering. So whenever they smoked, the smoke entered my room, and I had a baby who was very young. I was also concerned about the bottles of drinks and alcohol. I was afraid for the safety of my baby, that maybe he or she would play with them.
So be ke desire ho batla go mo ka odimo ka 4.
So I decided to look for another room on the 4th floor.
Yes.
So could you tell the commission as to the state of security at the Usindiso building?
And now ka jwetsa commission ka boemo ba polokelo ho moaho ona wa Usindiso.
Ka nako e ne ke fihla ho no le right ho no le safe mara ho ya ya ba ho so ba le ntho tse ntsa hore batho ba tla be ba ropa batho ka ntle ba ba lela ka hare ka building.
When I arrived, it was safe, it was okay, but as time went by, it was no longer safe because people were being robbed, and these people that are being robbed would enter the building,
Yeah.
running away.
So who were you living with at the Usindiso building?
Ana ono udula le mang sebakeng sena sa Usindiso.
Ne ke dula le bana le boyfriend ya ka.
I was staying with my kids and my boyfriend.
So could you tell the commission as to how did you access facilities such as water and electricity within the Usindiso building?
Sebakeng sena sa Usindiso moaong ona wa Usindiso ana o ka jwetsa commission hore na ono fihlella bo ditshebeletso tsa metsi le motlakase jwang.
Motlakase ya ke fihla o no le teng. Metsi ne re sebedisana a pipe ka re ke a stima mollo ne re sebedisa ona mara motlakase ona o no le teng.
We had electricity, but the water, we were using the one from the pipes of the firefighters. That is the water that we were using.
Do you know of any development of informal shacks within the Usindiso building or in and around the building?
Ana o tseba ka ntshetsopele kapa di ntshetsopele ya mikhukhu ene ile kapa e potapotile Usindiso building.
E ka hare kapa.
Okay. Development, meaning, can you please emphasize on that? How do you mean?
Okay. My question is that does she know of any development or erection of informal shacks within the Usindiso building or in and around the Usindiso building?
Oh, okay. Na o tseba ka mikhukhu e ileng ya tloswa mohlomong e ene ile ka hara moao ona wa Usindiso kapa one o potapotile pleke ena ya Usindiso.
Esa tloswang eneng e ahiwa e ileng ya ahuwa
E ileng ya
ka o ahuwa ha ona mikhukhu e o tseba na hore o ahuwa jwang mo mikhukhu
Ka hare.
e
Ka
ka
hare.
hare
Mekhukhu ne le teng mara ne ke sa tsebe na e hauweng ba ke e fumane sentse le teng na ke fihla mara e ne le mo ground floor ha o kena monyako.
Yes, there were shacks already when I got there, but I do not know how they were erected.
Could you comment on the levels of crime within the Usindiso building?
Ana maemo a bokebekwa o ka bua ka bona ba sebaka sena sa Usindiso hore ana le jwang.
Jwalo ka se ke hlalositse botsotsi bone bo le teng ne le bona bone ba hore batho ba tla be ba nka batho po kantle ba kena ka hare.
Like I already explained that there was crime, like people that are being robbed, they would run away from that and try to enter this building.
Could you tell the commission as to, during your stay at the Usindiso building, have you interacted with anyone from the city of Johannesburg or government or anywhere else to address the issues and as well as the conditions that you have labeled that were affecting you within the Usindiso building?
And now the commission hore ha o ntse o dula mona Usindiso una o kile wa leka wa bua le mang kapa mang a tswang ho city of Johannesburg kapa wa mmuso hore a leke ho rarolla mathata ao o ne o tobane le ona?
Che ha ona motho.
No one.
Could you tell the commission as to, do you know of any attempt by the city of Johannesburg, national government or anyone else in trying to resolve these issues?
Ana wa tseba hore o ka re jwetsa hore ho ile wa ba le ho leka ho thusa ho tswa ho city of Johannesburg kapa mmuso kapa mang fela mabapi le maemo ao o ne o phela tlasa ona?
Nna saiteng la ka ash ha o soka o ba le motho e ke buang le ena wa mmuso.
No one from my side. I have not spoken to anyone, even from the government.
Could you tell the commission if there's any other information that you wish to share as to the conditions of the Usindiso building that you have not shared?
Ana hona le dintlha tse ding tse o ka ratang ho arolelana tsona le commission tse o sokang o bua ka tsona?
Nna e nka e hlalosang ka 4 ha ne se ke dula ka 4 ho no le clean go kgona ho etsa di-meeting tsa tsela o clean ho be clean le bo safe ba rona ene le ntho eno re rekile di-gate ho a queue ke kgola ke yona ntho e nka bueng ka ho no le clean ne re dula hantle ka 4.
What I can say is that on the 4th floor, it was neat, it was clean, and we even started to have meetings on how to clean, and the safety as well was improved. We even bought gates, and those gates could be locked. That is what I can comment about.
Madam Chair, with leave, we shall now move to the narration as to the night of the fire.
Yes, you may do so.
Could you tell the commission as to your experience of the night of the fire that broke at Usindiso building?
Ana o ka jwetsa commission ka se ileng sa etsahala bakeng sa bosiu ba mo mollo ileng wa ba teng?
Nako ya mollo ne re robetse le bana ene le bosiu ke kgola bo around bo ma 1:30 ka nako tseo. Ke ha go utlwa voice ho acha mara nna ka enka ka go ba tlwaetse ho etsa lerata ke nahana gore maybe ke batho ba nweleng ke be ke tswela pele nna ke ithoballa ke sa nahana gore ka ba.
While I was sleeping, I think it was around 1 a.m. and then I heard a voice, someone saying that it is burning. And then because they are used to making noise, I thought it's just people who were drunk, and then I just continued to sleep.
So aba nako ntse ke robetse ho nona ka tlone le bana ne ke robetse betheng le a monyane ba bane ba robetse fatshe. So eno a fatshe nga moshimane wa 16 years ke ha a hle a ntsosa a ibo ho a tshana go ehleng ke tsoang ke hlaka festere ke re ke bona gore le la ka be le hla class mara ha le so fihle festereng fela ke a bona le la ka be musiko nana ke nka ngwana ke mo pepa Re tsosa e mong o na robetse yena, ehlile o na robetse ke mo tsosa. Ho a tjha. Re tswa.
Well, while I was sleeping with the younger one, and then the others were sleeping on the floor. And then the other one, who's 16 years old, woke me up and telling me that it is burning. I had to put the younger one on my back and then said that it is burning, because when I looked even through the window, I could see the flame coming from downwards.
Could you tell the commission as to how did you escape the fire at Usindiso building?
And now ka jwetsa commission hore na o ile wa kgona ho phonyoha jwang mollo o ne o le sebakeng sena sa Usindiso.
Le ra tswa le bana nako e re tswang re fumana hore batho se ba tletse passageng mona. Ebe re decide hore re lo tswa ka tsela e re itlwaetseng ya di steps tse thewelang ka 3. Nako e re reng ho bulwa gate ke ha ba bang ba nyolwa ka 3, ba balela hona ka mo ka 4. Hona le di steps tse thewelang ka morao tse yang maqhotseng, re thewile ka tsona. Re kgonne hore re tswe ka tsona tseo no se go be ho na le mollo ka mo.
When I left with the children, we decided to use the normal route that we always use of the stairs. When we came through the passage, there were already people gathered there. And then
Yes.
then and people from the 3rd floor, they were also running away. And then they were trying to hide from the place that we were also attempting to hide from or escape using.
So re tswile ra fihla maqhotseng mo. Ha re fihla ne ke sa bone boyfriend ya ka, ke be ke roma ngwana eno wa 16 ke ra a lo nshebela yena.
Then we left to Xhosa. To Xhosa speaking, an area of Xhosa speaking people. And then I could not see my boyfriend. And then I asked my 16-year-old child to go look for my boyfriend.
So o tsamaile. Batho ne ba eme ka batho ba bangata ne ba eme ka mileng wa Delvas ka ntse ho building. Ka ga lo mo sheba mo batho ba bangata a khutla ga ha mmone. Ka ga e khutlela lo mo sheba.
And then he left to a place called Delvias.
Delvas.
Yes. A place called Delvias.
Street Delvas Street. Yeah.
A street called Delvias.
Delvas.
Yeah.
A street called Delvas, and then he said that he did not see him. And then I told my child to go back to look for him.
So a khutla a ha mmone nna ka tsamaya ka lo itshebela yena ke tsamaile ke mo hweletsa ke botsa batho rena ba so mmone tse ba ga ba mmone.
I went to look for him myself while asking people whether they saw him, and they said that they did not.
So ka khutlela morao ke fihla ke jwetsa bana.
And then I went back to tell the children.
Could you tell the commission as to, did you make any attempt to call for help, whether to the fire department, the ambulance department of the city of Johannesburg, or anyone else?
Ana o ka jwetsa commission hore o ile wa leka ho fumana thuso ho tswa mohlomong ho ba ditimamollo kapa ho founela ambulance hore ba tle ba tlo leka ho thusa?
Hanga ba ka khona ho founa ba ne founu ne di setse ka tlung.
I could not phone because the phones were left inside.
So ke tsamaile ka mo sheba ka se ka mo thola ho fihleletse ke decide ka tsha go renke ke mo shebe ho batho bana ba lemetseng.
So I went to look for him and could not find him until I decided to look for him among the people that were injured.
So ha ke fihla ke shebile ka sheba nako se ke khutla ke re ke a mo bona ke ane ma go ba ditsweng pavementing se ba mo kwaetse mona se ke mo tseba ka pijama.
So I looked for him until I saw his body lying on the pavement, and it was covered up until this point, and I could only recognize him by the pajamas his pajamas.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, Legasini.
Could you tell the commission as to your comments on the efficiency of the city of Johannesburg in dealing with the fire?
Ana o ka jwetsa commission hore bokgoni ba city of Johannesburg the way ba ile ba sebetsana le taba ena ya mollo.
batho ba fast ba mollo ba le ba fihla mara ne ba sanka metsi teraka ngwe ne sena metsi e ngwe ne na le metsi ya half.
People from the fire department arrived, but the other truck did not have water. And then the other one had only half of the water.
So ba khutile bana na ba ne ba nkile teraka e sena metsi ba khutlela morao ba lo batla metsi.
So these ones that did not have water went back to get water.
Bana ba sala ba tima mara metsi a fela ha ba le batho ba ba bontshang hore kae hona le mo hona le hore batho ha hona le problem e ba kgemetsi ba bule mono ba hule metsi.
And then these other ones, they ran out of water, and there were people that directed them to a place where they know where they can get water.
So nna ke ka tsama ba neng ka nete ne se sa khone ho ema ka lebaka la situation e ne ke bona.
So I left because I could not stay anymore because of the situation that I was seeing.
Ka tsamaya ka khutlela maqhutse mono mekhukhung eno e monono nona bona le batho be re ba tsebang ka be ke khutla ke dula teng monono.
So I went back to a place of closer people. I knew people there. There were people who were staying in the shacks that I knew, so I went to those people.
So could you say that if there was more sufficient help from the city of Johannesburg, whether national government or anywhere else, less damage would have occurred?
Ana okare haiba huile wa ba le thuso entle ho tswa ho city of Johannesburg kapa mmuso boemong ba naha ka be ho sa ba le ditshenyehelo tse ngata tseo tse ileng tsa etsahala na.
Ho ja bale ke ba tima ka nako ka bo sa tshaka na tsile no itshile ne batho ba ka ba sa shwa ka tseng ba site engwe ine sochi.
Yes, if only they could put down the fire in time, then a lot of damage would have not happened, and the people who were injured, a lot of number of the people who were injured could have been decreased. Because there was another area that did not burn.
You had stated before that you lost a loved one during the fire. Could you tell the commission as to how many loved ones did you lose as the result of the fire, and if ever you have sustained injuries or one of your loved ones have sustained any injuries arising from this fire that broke at the building?
O ile wa hlalosa hore o ile wa lahlehelwa ke moratuwa ka mollo ona, ana hona le ba bang ba ileng ba lematseha ka baka la mollo ona kapa wena o ile wa lematseha ho tswa ho mollo ona o ileng wa etsahala moahong ona na?
Nna ho lemala ha ke a lemala but
No.
ke le ka lemala moyeng ka lebaka la ntho e letsa.
I was not injured, but I was injured emotionally because of what happened.
Thank you for that. Madam Chair, we shall now move to the aftermath of the fire. Could you tell the commission as to how did the fire that broke at the Usindiso building affect your life?
Ana o ka jwetsa commission hore mollo ona o ile wa ama bophelo ba hao jwang?
Mollo la ma bophelo ba ka baneng bana o nona le mo ba sebetsang teng ba le ba lahlelwa ke mosebetsi. Ke le ka kadima tšhelete hore ke kgone ho tsamaisa bana ba ne ba le teng ba e hae hobane re sena poleke ya ho dula.
This fire affected me because there were children that were working, and because of it, they lost their jobs. And I had to borrow money to take other children. I had to take them home because I no longer had a place to stay.
Could you tell the commission as to what losses have you suffered as a result of this fire?
Ana o ka jwetsa commission hore ke ditshenyehelo difeng tse o ileng wa kopana le tsona kapa ke ditshenyehelo difeng tse entsweng ke mollo ona?
Nna saeteng la ka ke lahletswe ke card ya ngwana ya tleliniki, diphahlo tsa eno e mong wa 16 years le e mong ausi wa hae, dieta tsa hae ne di le siko, difono, tjhelete ne re tlo patala rente ka yona ba ene le mafelo a kgwedi. Ke tsona tse siko.
I lost the card clinics for the children. I lost the clothes of my children, and also for this one who was 16 years old. I also lost their shoes. I lost phones and money for rent because it was already month end. Those are the things that were no longer there.
Now, given the loss that you just explained and the loss of your loved one, could you tell the commission as to whether have you ever obtained any assistance from whether national government, the city of Johannesburg, or any philanthropic assistance from anywhere else to address these issues and your losses?
Ka baka la ditshenyehelo tsa hao le ho lahlehelwa ha hao ke moratuwa wa hao, ana o ka jwetsa commission hore na ho na le thuso o ikileng wa e thola ho city of Johannesburg kapa ho mmuso boemong ba naha na?
Ha ona thuso e kile ka e thola ntle le tjhelete ene tswa ho Red Cross.
I did not get any assistance except the money that I got from
Red Cross.
Red Cross.
Yeah.
Red Cross.
And that was how much?
Ene e le bokae?
Ene e le 4,000.
It was 4,000 rands.
What was the intended use of the money that you've obtained from Red Cross?
Ene o no reretse ho e sebedisetsa eng tjhelete e ileng wa e thola ho tswa ho Red Cross?
Tjhelete ha ke e thola Red Cross re le ra kgona hore re thole bodulo ra patala rente ka yona, ra reka dijo ka yona.
I was able to pay for accommodation that I got and also buy food. We're using that money.
Now, given the evidence that you just led, that the fire affected you emotionally and in spirit, have you received any psychological assistance, whether from the city of Johannesburg, national government, or anywhere else?
Ka baka la bopaki bo faneng ka bona, ana o ile wa thola thuso ho tswa ho city of Johannesburg kapa mmuso na bakeng sa bo di psychology boemong ba hao ba maikutlo?
Che,
No.
Could you tell the commission
Advocate Siminya.
Madam Chair, Madam Commissioner, we're thinking to at least use the time that we have to read into the record some of the statements.
Yes,
And Ms. Matiza will help me get there.
thank you.
Good
Yes, Ms.
afternoon.
Matiza.
Good afternoon, all. If we can all turn to page 41.
I see the Sotho interpreter is here. Will you please, ma'am, do the interpretation of the statements that are going to be read into the record?
Victim name. Victim name,
Lebitso la lehlatsipa,
Musa Hamisi.
Musa
Hamisi.
Hamisi.
I will spell the surname. Hamisi.
Hamisa
Hamisi.
or Hamisi.
Yes.
S-I.
Yes, Hamisi. Address at the time of the fire. Address at the time of the fire.
Na nomoro ya ntlo nakong ya mollo,
Usindiso Building, 80 Corner Albert Street and Delver Street, Marshalltown, Johannesburg.
LT Albert Street, Usindiso Building,
Marshalltown, Johannesburg.
Marshalltown, Johannesburg.
Current address,
Nomoro ya ntlo ya hona jwale,
Hoffland Park, Base Valley.
Auckland Park,
Hoffland.
Auckland Park,
Base Valley.
Bays Valley.
Nationality,
Buchaba,
Tanzanian.
with Tanzania.
Language,
Puo,
Kiswahili.
Swahili.
Gender,
Bong,
male.
motho wa ntate.
Residence at the Usindiso Building.
Baka sa ho dula ho moaho wa Usindiso.
I moved into Usindiso around end of January 2022.
Ke ile ka kena sebakeng sena sa Usindiso ka qetellong ya Pherekgong 2022.
Used to live in Pretoria.
Ne ke hlola ke dula Pretoria.
I started a business around Johannesburg.
Ke qadile kgwebo Johannesburg.
I was paying 2,000 rand per month for a room.
Ke ne ke patala dikete tse 2 tsa diranta bakeng sa room e ne ke dula ho yona.
Approximately 9 square meters with a toilet next door.
E ka ba 9 square meters mme ho na le toilet ka thoko.
Flushing with bucket water.
E ne e flusha ebile e na le metsi.
Met people from Tanzania.
Ka kopana le batho ba Tanzania.
They directed him to the owner, a Zulu man.
Ba director hore ke kopane le monna wa moZulu.
He was called Nduna or Zulu by the other residents.
O ne a bitswa Nduna kapa Zulu ke batho ba bang ba ne ba dula moo.
Nduna lived somewhere else.
Nduna o ne a dula sebakeng se seng.
He used to come monthly to collect rent every month,
O na hlola a tla kgwedi le kgwedi hore a tlo lata tjhelete ya rente.
always with a gun,
A dula a tshwere sethunya.
sometimes accompanied by another person.
Ka nako tse ding a felehetswa ke motho e mong.
They spoke Zulu and a bit of English.
Ba ne ba bua isiZulu le Sekgowa.
He wore the Zulu cultural bracelet.
O ne a kenya bracelet ya isiZulu.
On the day of the fire, 30 August,
Tsatsi la mollo e leng 30 Phato,
Zulu came to collect the rent.
Zulu o ile a tla tlo lata tjhelete ya rente.
He would go room by room.
A kena rumu le rumu.
He would have enforcers carrying guns to collect floor to floor.
He would have
Guns. He would have enforcers carrying guns to collect floor to floor.
o ne a tsamaya le batho ba tshwereng dithunya ba ntse ba lata rente ka more jwalo.
If someone did not have money for rent,
Ha motho a ne a sena tjhelete ya rente,
they would hit him on the head with the side of the gun.
ba ne ba mo shapa ka sethunya ka lehlakore la sethunya hloohong.
occupancy of your room/unit at the Usindiso building.
Batho ba ne ba dula sebakeng sa Usindiso building.
I stayed with my girlfriend, Miss Londiwe from Durban.
Ke ne ke dula le kgarebe ya ka, Miss Londiwe,
She was 22 years old.
32.
22.
O ne a na le dilemo tse 22.
Londiwe was 8 months pregnant with Musa's first baby in August 2023.
Londiwe o ne e le moimane wa dikgwedi tse 8.
We were together since Pretoria, almost 2 years together.
Re ne re le mmoho kamanong ho tloha Pretoria.
She was not working.
O ne a sa sebetse.
What floor was your room/unit on?
E ne le mokatong o feng room ya hao?
Second floor, 3 sides were a solid wall.
E ne e le mokatong wa bobedi.
One side was wood or board.
Lehlakore le leng e ne e le patsi.
One window with glass pane,
Fenstere e le nngwe
the one I jumped out of.
eo ke ileng ka tswa ka yona.
Socio-economic conditions prior to the fire.
Maemo a moruo a setjhaba ka mora mollo.
I fetched water with buckets from downstairs ground floor.
Ke ile ka lata Ke ile ka lata metsi ka emere ground floor.
From the fire pipes.
Ho tswa ho di-pipe tsa ba ditimamollo.
We used the water for bathing only.
Re ile ra sebedisa metsi ao bakeng sa ho hlapa fela.
They bought water from the shops for drinking and cooking.
Ba ne ba reka metsi a ho nwa le a ho pheha di mabenkeleng.
We had electricity from illegal connection.
Re ne re na le motlakase o tsipueng.
Cabling was visible on the walls. Cabling, the cables.
Cable. Di-cable tsa motlakase.
Some working, others live.
Tse ding di sebetsa, tse ding ho se jwalo.
Engagement with city officials or organs of the state prior to the fire. Engagement with city officials or organs of the state prior to the fire.
Ho bua kapa ho etsa puisano le basebeletsi ba City of Johannesburg
No interaction.
ka mora kapa pele ho mollo ha wa ka wa ba jwalo.
Once the city officials came and cut the electricity for 3 months.
Basebeletsi ba ile ba tla ba khatha motlakase bakeng sa dikgwedi tse 3.
About April to June 2023.
Ho tloha ho April ho fihlela ho June 2023.
Residents contributed 100 rand each to get the electricity back.
Baduli ba ile ba ntsha 100 ranta ka mong.
Money was given to Duna who owned the rooms.
Tjhelete ila nehwa nduna ene e le monga dirumu tseo.
Electricity returned in July/August 2023.
Motlakase o ile a kgutla ka July kapa August 2023.
Narrative of events of the fire, 31 August 2023.
Dintlha tsa mollo 30 August 2020, 31 August 2023.
On the night, there was load shedding in the building.
Ka la robong ho ne ho na le load shedding ho moao ona. Ka letsatsi leo ho ne ho na le load shedding.
Other surrounding buildings had electricity.
Dibaka tse ding tse ne di le haufi di ne di na le motlakase.
I went to bed around 9 p.m.
Ke ile ka ya ke lo robala ka hora ya borobong bosiu.
Londiwe was up playing on her phone.
Londiwe o na tswile ntse bapala ka phone.
Around midnight, I was woken by screaming from outside.
Harampa bosiu ke ile ka tsoswa ke ho hweletsa ka ntle.
Shouted at Londiwe.
Ba ne ba hweletsa Londiwe.
She was not on the bedside.
O ne a le siyo betheng ha ne ke hweletsa Londiwe.
There was smoke in the room as the door was opened.
Ho ne ho na le musi ka roomong jwale ka monyako o butswi.
Londiwe had gone to the toilet.
Londiwe o ne a ile ntlwaneng.
I found her in the toilet,
Ke ile ka mo fumana ka ntlwaneng.
already dead, collapsed on the floor.
A se a hlokahetse a rapalletse fatshe.
I could not find a pulse.
A ka 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 thola pulse ho yena ne ke mo tshwara.
I knew she was dead.
Ke ne ke tseba hore o hlokahetse.
I used the phone torch.
Ke ile ka sebedisa torch ho kgantsha ka phone.
The light attracted people who came towards my room.
Light ile ya hohela batho ba ileng batla roomong ya ka.
People were screaming,
Batho ba ne ba hoeletsa.
moto, moto, which means fire in Swahili.
Ba re moto moto e bolelang hore ke mollo ka puo ya Swahili.
Some Malawians came in.
Ba tswang Malawi ba ile batla ba bang ba bona.
They used duvets and sheets, tied them to make a rope.
Ba ile ba sebedisa di sheet ba hore ba di kopanye.
We used that rope to go down to Albert Street.
Re ile ra sebedisa rope e nentswe ka di sheet hore re ye to go to
Albert Street,
ho ya seterateng sa Albert
near the Elangeni building.
haufinyane le moaho wa
Elangeni building.
Elaneli.
That side was burning the most.
Lehlakore leo le ne le tuka ka ho fetisisa.
Cause of the fire,
Lebaka la mollo
I have no idea how it started.
ha ke tsebe hore na e qadile jwang.
There was no electricity in the building since 8 p.m. in the night before.
Ho ne ho sena motlakase ho tloha ka hora ya borobedi bosiu.
I used a solar torch for lighting.
Ke ile ka sebedisa solar torch bakeng sa kganya.
I used electric stove for cooking.
Ke ile ka sebedisa setofo sa motlakase bakeng sa ho pheha.
Some people on the ground floor used candles.
Batho ba bang ba ne ba le fatshe ba ne ba sebedisa dikerese.
Engagement with city officials or organs of the state after the fire.
O bua le mmuso kapa basebeletsi ba City of Johannesburg ka taba ya mollo.
No interactions with any officials.
Ha wa ka wa ba le puisano le basebeletsi.
I spoke to Londiwe's home girl,
Ke ile ka bua le ngwanana a tswang sebakeng se tshwanang le sa Londiwe,
in brackets sister,
e leng ausi wa hae,
about the fire and told her Londiwe was deceased.
ka mollo mme ke a mo jwetsa hore Londiwe o se a hlokahetse.
Did you lose a family member or a member of your household in the fire?
Ana o ile a lahlehelwa ke setho sa lelapa mollong ona.
Please provide details of the person,
Ka
your,
kopo- Ka kopo nehelana ka dintlha tsa motho enwa
your experience in burying their remains,
le hore o ile ha ba jwang hore o pate tsene di setse tsa hae
and the cost of the funeral.
le hore ditjeo tsa lefu le ditjeo tsa lefu.
I lost my girlfriend Londiwe in the fire.
Ke ile ka lahlehelwa ke kgarebe ya ka Londiwe mollong
Her body was never found.
mme mmele wa hae ha wa ka wa tholwa.
I did not get to bury her.
Ha ka kgona hore ke mo boloke.
I told her friend who contacted her family.
Ke ile ka jwetsa motswalle wa hae a ileng a tsebisa ba lelapa la hae.
Page 43.
Leqepheng la 43.
Did you lose any of your belongings
Ana o ile a lahlehelwa ke e nngwe ya dintho tsa hao
or were they damaged in the fire?
kapa di ile da senyeha mollong.
Please provide a list and an estimated value of these items.
Ka kopo nehelana ka lethathama le boleng ba dintho tse ka dimo.
I lost cash which I kept inside the mattress.
Ke ile ka lahlehelwa ke tjhelete ke ne ke ikentse ka tlasa materase.
I lost 30,000 rands in cash.
Ke ile ka lahlehelwa ke 30,000 ranta.
I sell clothes,
Ke rekisa diphahlo,
electronics
dintho tsa elektroniki
in the streets.
diterateng.
This was my savings.
Tsena e ne le tjhelete ne ke ipoloketse yona.
I lost my passport,
Ke a lahlehelwa ke passport ya ka,
certificate of working with heavy equipment,
certificate sa ho sebetsa ka di-equipment tse boima.
I lost a second cell phone,
Ke ile ka lahlehelwa ke cellphone ya bobedi,
all clothes,
diphahlo kaofela,
TV set,
set ya television,
radio,
seyalemoya
and a big speaker,
le speaker se seholo,
electric stove,
setofo sa motlakase
solar light.
le light ya solar.
Did you get injured by the fire,
Ana o ile wa lematswa ke mollo
or did you get injured trying to escape from the building?
kapa o ile wa lematswa ke ho leka hore o phonyuhe moahong ona?
Please explain what your injuries are.
Ka kopo hlalosa hore o ile ho lemala ha hao e ne le hokae jwang.
What medical treatment you received.
Ke treatment efe ya bongaka e ileng wa e thola.
Which hospital/clinic you received treatment from.
Ke sepatala sefe kapa kliniki eo mo ileng wa thola treatment o tswa ho yona.
And what medical costs you have paid so far.
Mme le ditjeo tsa bongaka tseo o ileng wa di patala ho fihlela hona jwale.
Please also advise if you have recovered from your injuries.
Ka kopo nehelana ka keletso hore na o ile wa fola ho tswa ho lemala ha hao.
And what medical treatment you still need.
Le hore ke treatment efe ya bongaka o santsana o e hloka.
No injuries
Ha hona ho lemala
except for smoke inhalation.
ka ntle le ho hema musi o.
Did you lose any materials or stock related to your business?
Ana o ile lahlehelwa ke disebediswa kapa stoko sa kgwebo ya hao.
Please provide a list
Ka kopo nehelana ka lethathama
and an estimated value of these items.
le hore e ka ba boleng bo bokae.
I lost all my business stock,
Ke ile ka lahlehelwa ke stoko sa ka kaofela sa kgwebo,
Tanzania cultured clothes,
diphahlo tsa setso sa Tanzania,
Maasai shoes,
dieta tsa Masai,
small radios,
dialemoya tse nyane
times 60,
tse 60,
cell phone charges,
di-charge tsa cell phone
times 100,
tse 100,
TV HDE cables,
di-cable tsa HDE tsa television
plus 30,000 rands in cash.
ha mmoho le tjhelete ya 30,000 ranta.
Did you lose any income as a result of not being able to work or run your business?
Ana o ile wa lahlehelwa ke lekeno la hore o sa kgone ho sebetsa kapa hore o tsamaise kgwebo ya hao.
Either from being injured,
Ka ntle ka e ka ba ho lemala,
traumatized,
ho ba
or
ho
having,
angwa,
or having lost materials
kapa o ile wa lahlehelwa ke disebediswa
or stock related to your business.
kapa stoko se mabapi le kgwebo ya hao.
Please provide us with details of your employer,
Ka kopo re nehele dintlha tsa mohiri wa hao,
income earned,
tjhelete eo o ne o e etsa,
and the date when you returned to work,
mme le letsatsi leo o ileng wa kgutla tswa mosebetsing
or were able to continue with your business.
kapa mo ileng wa kgona ho tswela pele ka kgwebo ya hao.
Monthly revenue of 5,000 rands,
Lekeno la kgwedi la 5,000 tsa diranta.
I have not been able to get back to selling or working.
Ha ka kgona hore ke kgutlele ho rekisa kapa ho sebetsa.
No stock, no business.
Ha hona stock, ha hona kgwebo.
Compensation received as a result of the fire,
Tjhelete e ileng ya fumanwa ka baka la mollo,
2,000 rands from Red Cross only.
2,000 tsa diranta tse tswang ho Red Cross,
Some clothes donated,
diphahlo tse ding tse di ileng da nehelwa,
socio-economic conditions after the fire,
maemo a moruo ka mora mollo,
after serving people,
ka mora ho boloka maphelo a batho,
the fire organization came to assist.
mokgatlo wa mollo o ile wa tla o tlo thusa.
The city took me and others to the shelter,
Toropo ile ya nka le ba bang hore re ye ho shelter,
Hoffland Park Shelter.
ke shelter ya Hoffland Park.
Been staying there since 31 August 2023.
Ha esale ke dula mo ho tloha 31 Phato 2023.
I only received a letter from the High Commission of the Republic of Tanzania
Ki ile ka thola lengolo le tswang ho commission e phahameng ya Republic ya Tanzania.
The ambassador said will be issued with passports when they have money.
Ambassador o ile a re o tla nehelana ka di-passport ha ana le tjhelete.
The Metro Police are out catching people with no papers.
Metropolis ke e ntse e tshwara batho ba senang dipampiri.
I always run away.
Ke dula ke baleha.
Relief sought,
Relief e ileng ya tholahala,
accommodation to move and live normal again.
bodulo ba bo nka yang ho bona mme ke phelo bo tlwaelehileng hape.
Capital to start business again.
Tjhelete ya ho qala kgwebo hape.
I want to start selling.
Ke batla ho qala ho rekisa.
Any other relevant information?
Ana hona le tlhahiso leseding e nngwe e tsamaelanang le hona.
Page 44.
Leqepheng la 44.
No passport,
ha hona passport,
I can't go home.
ha ke kgone ho ya hae,
I have no money.
ha ke na tjhelete,
I am the breadwinner.
ke nna a ba hlokometseng,
I have twin brothers who depend on me for school fees.
ke na le ba babedi ba mafahla ba itshetlehileng ho nna bakeng tsa ditjeo tsa sekolo.
Madam Chair, may I request that this statement be admitted?
Thank you, Ms. Makiza. It is so admitted.
Can we all turn to page 45? Victim name,
Lebitso la lehlatsipa,
Abu Ali.
Abu Ali,
I shall spell the surname,
surname e qeta ho e peleta,
A-L-L-Y.
ALLY.
Address at the time of the fire,
Nomoro ya ntlo nakong ya mollo,
Usindiso building.
moaho wa Usindiso.
Current address,
Nomoro ya ntlo ya hona jwale,
Hoffland Park Shelter.
shelter e Hoffman Park.
Nationality,
Bochaba,
Tanzanian.
so Tanzania.
Language,
Puo,
Swahili.
Swahili.
Gender,
Bong,
male.
motho wa ntate.
Residence at the Usindiso building.
Bodulo boahong wa Usindiso.
2 years ago, I came from Tanzania.
Dilemo tse pedi tse fetileng ke tswa Tanzania.
Occupancy of your room/unit at the Usindiso building.
Ho dula roomong e Usindiso building.
I was staying with my friend from Tanzania,
Ke ne ke dula le motswalle wa ka tswang Tanzania,
Peter, 31.
Peter, 31.
What floor was your room/unit on?
Room ya hao e ne e le mokatong ofeng?
Second floor.
Mokatong wa bobedi.
Socio-economic conditions prior to the fire.
Maemo a moruo pele ho mollo.
We had access to drinking water even though it was not clean.
Re ne re kgona ho re fumane metsi ao re ka nwang le ana sa hlweka.
We have to boil it first before consumption.
Ne re tlameha re a bidise pele re anwa.
Electricity,
Motlakase,
we had frequent load shedding.
re ne re na le load shedding le kgafetsa.
Page 46.
Leqepheng la 46.
Engagement with city officials or organs of the state prior to the fire.
Puisano le basebeletsi ba City of Johannesburg kapa ba mmuso pele ho mollo.
No.
Che,
Narrative of events of the fire,
Dike-
31st August 2023.
diketsahalo tsa letsatsi la mollo e leng 31 Phato 2023.
It was around midnight and I was sleeping
E ne e le hara mpa bosiu mme ne ke robetse
and heard noise,
mme ke a utlwa lerata.
screaming fire, fire.
Ba hoeletsa ho mollo, mollo.
It was during load shedding
E ne e le nako ya load shedding
and I went to the window
mme ka ya fenstereng
and saw fire burning.
ke a bona mollo o tukang.
The fire was already on second floor.
Mollo o no se o le mokatong wa bobedi.
When I opened the door to exit
Ha ne ke bula monyako re ke tswe
with my roommate,
le motho e ke ne ke arolelana kamore le yena.
the passage, it was very dark
Passage ho ne le lefifi haholo
because of the smoke,
ka lebaka la
And so-
smoke.
and some people were already dead,
Mme batho ba bang ba ne se ba hlokaetse.
either from the smoke
Ka ba ho tloha ka baka la musi
or jumping from the building.
kapa hore ba zitheme ho tswa moahong.
Went to the window and jumped to the ground.
Ba ile ba ya fenstereng mme ba tlolela fatshe.
There was commotion as people were jumping out
E ne le lerata jwale ka batho ba ne ba tlola ba tswa
and getting injured
mme ba lemala
and throwing kids out of the window.
mme ba lahlela bana ka ntle ho difenstere.
I looked at the underground
Ke ile ka sheba fatshe
and saw that the shacks were burnt.
mme ke a bona mekhukhu e ne e tjhele.
There were about 30 shacks underground
E ne e le mekhukhu e 30
and people dwelled there.
mme batho ba ne ba dula moo.
The injuries people suffered were horrific.
Batho ba ileng ba lemala ba ile ba
Broken,
lemala haholo ka tsela e maka e bohloko e tshosang.
broken bones all over and blood.
Masapo a tshwatlehileng mme le madi.
Then the firefighters came along
Mme ba timang mollo ba ile ba tla
and started fighting the fire.
mme ba qala ho lwantsha mollo ona.
Firefighters took about 2 hours before arriving.
Bana ba timang mollo ba ile ba nka hora tse pedi pele ba fihla.
I lost everything,
Ka lahlehelwa ke ntho e nngwe le nngwe.
in particular my documentation,
Haholoholo ditokomane tsa ka,
ID and passport.
ID le passport.
Cause of the fire,
E bakileng mollo
I do not know.
ha ke tsebe.
Engagement with city officials or organs of the state after the fire,
Ho kopana le basebeletsi ba City of Johannesburg kapa ba mmuso ka mora mollo.
I spoke to no one.
Ha ka ka ke a bua le motho.
Did you lose a family member or a member of your household in the fire?
Ana o ile wa lahlehelwa ke setho sa family kapa motho o no dula le yena mollong ona.
Please provide details of the person,
Ka kopo nehelana ka dintlha tsa motho enwa.
your experience in burying their remains,
O na o hila wa ba jwang hore o pate tse ne di setse tsa bona
and the cost of the funeral.
le ditjeo tsa lefu.
No, only my fellow countrymen.
Che, e le bao fela ke tswang le bona naheng e le nngwe.
Did you lose any of your belongings,
Ana o ile a lahlehelwa ke e nngwe ya dintho tsa hao
or were they damaged in the fire?
kapa di ne di senyehile mollong.
Please provide a list
Ka kopo nehelana ka lethathama
and an estimated value of these items.
mme le boleng ba tsona.
Stock of second-hand clothing that I'm selling worth 3,000 rands.
Stoko sa diphahlo tse seng tsa- tse ntjha tse ke di rekisang di ka ba dikete tse 3 tsa diranta.
Bed,
Bethe,
blankets,
dikobo,
personal clothing,
diphahlo tsa ka,
wardrobe,
wardrobe,
table,
tafole,
phone,
phone,
page 47.
leqepheng la 47.
Did you get injured by the fire or did you get injured trying to escape from the building?
Ana o ile wa lematswa ke mollo kapa o ile wa lematswa ke ho leka ho ipholosa ho moaho ona.
Please explain what your injuries are,
Ka kopo hlalosa ho lemala ha hao.
what medical treatment you received,
Ke treatment efe ya bongaka o ileng wa e thola?
which hospital/clinic you received treatment from,
Ke sepetlele sefe kapa clinic efe moo o ileng wa thola treatment o tswa ho sona?
and what medical costs you have paid so far.
Mme ke ditjeo dife tsa bongaka tse o ileng wa di patala ho fihlela hona jwale?
Please also advise if you have recovered from your injuries
Ka kopo nehelana ka keletso hore na
And what-
haeba o ile wa fola ho tswa ho lemala hona,
and what medical treatment you still need.
mme ke treatment efe ya bongaka o santsane o e hloka?
I got injured while jumping from the building.
Ke ile ka lematswa ke ho qhoma ho tswa moahong.
It was minor cuts on my hands.
Ke ile ka sewa hanyenyane matsohong a ka.
I did not get any medical attention
A ka ya ngakeng,
and I've made a full recovery.
mme ke fodile ka botlalo.
Did you lose any materials or stock related to your business?
Ana o ile a lahlehelwa ke disebediswa kapa stoko se e leng sa kgwebo ya hao?
Please provide a list
Ka kopo nehelana ka lethathama
and an estimated value of these items.
hammoho le boleng ba tsona.
Estimated value of my stock was around 1,500 rand
Boleng ba stoko sa ka e ne ka ba 1,500 rand
and 3,000 rands.
le dikete tse 3 tsa diranta.
Did you lose any income as a result of not being able to work or run your business?
Ana o ile a lahlehelwa ke lekeno ka baka la hore o ne sa kgone ho sebetsa kapa ho tsamaisa kgwebo ya hao?
Either from being injured,
Ka baka la hore o lemale,
traumatized,
o amehe maikutlong
or having lost materials or stock related to your business?
kapa ho lahlehelwa ke disebediswa kapa stoko tsa kgwebo ya hao?
Please provide us with details of your employer,
Ka kopo re nehele ka dintlha tsa mohiri wa hao,
income earned,
tjhelete lekeno leo o no le thola
and the date when you return to work,
le letsatsi leo o no kgutlela mosebetsing ka lona,
or were able to continue with your business.
moo o ileng wa kgona ho tswela pele ka kgwebo ya hao.
Yes, all my stock was burnt.
Eya, stoko sa ka kaofela se ne se tjhele.
I'm still staying at the
Ke
shelter.
ntse ke dula shelter.
Compensation received as a result of the fire.
Tjhelete e ileng ya tholahala ka baka la mollo.
I received 2,000 rands from Red Cross.
Ke ile ka thola dikete tse 2 tsa diranta tse tswang ho Red Cross.
I received Nedbank cash send notification.
Ke ile ka thola tjhelete ena ka Nedbank cash send.
Socio-economic conditions after the fire.
Maemo a moruo ka mora mollo.
I was moved to the shelter and I've been staying there ever since.
Ke ile ka iswa ho shelter mme ntse ke dula moo le hona jwale.
Life is difficult at the shelter.
bophelo bo thata ho shelter.
I'm not able to provide for myself.
Ha ke kgone hore ke iketsetse.
The fact that I lost my documentation is restricting my movement
Taba ya hore ke lahlehetswe ke ditokomane tsa ka e ba tshita hore ke tsamaya jwang.
because police harass me and demand my documents.
Hobane maponesa a nhlokofatsa mme ba batla ditokomane tsa ka.
Relief sought,
Tse ileng tsa tholahala,
decent accommodation,
bodulo bo lokileng,
traveling papers,
dipampiri tsa ho hahlaula,
capital to continue with this business.
tjhelete ya hore ke tswele pele ka kgwebo.
Any other relevant information,
A na hona le tlhahiso leseding e nngwe?
government to focus on the kids.
Mmuso o tsepamisa maikutlo ho bana.
They are still struggling.
Ba ntse ba sokola.
Madam Chair, may I request that this statement be admitted into evidence as NRF 39.
Thank you, Ms. Matiza. It is so admitted.
Madam Chair, would this be an appropriate time to adjourn for lunch?
Yes, we'll adjourn for lunch until 2 o'clock.
Chairperson, I gather Mr. Maponya will be continuing with some of their witnesses.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Semenya Essi, Mr. Semenya Essi. Madam Chair, we were intending on calling Ms. Ntombizodwa Ncube as our next witness because it is in line with the list of the witnesses to be called. And I understand that you had a concern with shifting from one witness to another without chronology. But our issue that we are having now is that Ms. Ncube, we cannot locate her anywhere in the building, but we do have Alice that can come at the place of Ms.
Oh,
Ncube.
so Ms. Ncube is not available.
She's available, but she's not around at the current moment now. But she
Okay.
was here in the morning.
Which witness do you intend to lead evidence?
So we intend on leading evidence witness number 28, which is Alice Gowe. Her witness statement can be found in page 121 to 123 of the amended index.
How do you pronounce her surname?
So it's Gowe, so it's Garwe.
Garwe? Gowe? Okay, fine, that's fine. Mr. Semenya?
Ma'am, how do I pronounce your last name?
It's Garwe.
Garwe.
Yes.
Do you have an objection in taking the
Sorry,
oath? Is
sorry,
the
let me-
interpreter there?
Let me establish the name of the interpreter. What language do you speak, ma'am?
I speak Shona in English.
Shona.
Yes.
Do we have a Shona interpreter in the house?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I understand, the witness does not need an interpreter.
Doesn't need an interpreter.
Indeed
She's
so.
going to give her evidence in English.
Indeed so,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
may proceed, Advocate Semenya.
And yes, Chairperson, thank you. Shall we at the same time try to have
An
some?
interpreter who's going to interpret. Can we have an interpreter who's going to interpret the evidence of the witness? Do we have any interpreters available in the house? Yes, ma'am. Could you please come forward?
Madam
Good afternoon,
Garwe?
Chair.
Madam Garwe, do you have an objection in taking the oath?
Nkosazana Garo unalo ukungcikaza ngokuthatha i-oath yakho.
You have no objection.
Yes.
Do you swear the evidence you are going to give us will be the truth and nothing else but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God," if you do.
So help me God.
Thank you. Witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Advocate Semenya. Mr. Maponya?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I shall follow the same sequence, the
Yes.
same structure. Good afternoon, Ms. Garwe.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ngiyakubingelela Nkosazana Garwe.
Could you tell the commission as to where are you from and what do you do for a living?
Ungayitshela iCommissioner ukuthi uwenza ini, uhlala kuphi futhi uwenza ini ngokusebenza?
I stay in Joburg CBD and I do business of selling things like right now I'm selling clothes.
Ngihlala eGoli, ngiyadayisa njengamanje ngidayisa impahla.
Ms. Garwe, am I right to say that you are familiar with the processes that are unfolding today and the purpose of conducting this hearing, and that you have some aspects and facts that you would like or wish to enlighten the commission with?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Ms. Garwe, ngiyavuma ukuthi ngiyazi ukuthi kwenzakalani kule commission.
Ms. Garwe, could you tell the commission as to how did you come about living at the Usindiso building and when?
Nkosazana Garwe, ungayazisa iCommission ukuthi ufike kanjani ukuze uhlale Usindiso?
I came at Usindiso in 2021. I can't remember the exact month, but it was in 2021 when I started living there, because there was a friend who told me about the place, that it's cheap.
Ngafika Usindiso ngo2021 ngaqala ukuhlala khona ngoba khona umngane wangitshela ukuthi kushibhile ukuhlala khona.
And who did you stay with at the Usindiso building?
Wahlala nobani Usindiso?
I was staying with my son.
Ngahlala nendodana yami.
Ms. Garwe, could you describe the conditions at the Usindiso building when you first moved in?
Ungasichaza isimo sasosindiso ngesikhathi uqala ukuhlala khona?
Yeah, at first when I came into Usindiso building, it was a nice place to stay, because if it wasn't a nice place, I couldn't have stayed there. It was a nice place at first.
Sikhathi ngifika ukuhlala Usindiso bekuyindawo eright ukuthi ngihlale khona, bekuyindawo elungile. Bengeke ngize ngihlale khona ukube bekungayona indawo elungile. Ngesikhathi ngifika Usindiso bekuyindawo elungile ukuthi ngihlale khona.
So you are referring to as first, as we are giving your evidence to that aspect. Did the conditions ever change while you were living at the Usindiso building?
Sike sashintsha yini isimo sokuhlala Usindiso njengoba ubuqhubeka uhlala khona?
Yes, it started to deteriorate as time went by. I think the reason was that there were too many Tanzanians who were occupying the place. So it started to get dirty and corrupt. As time went by.
Yebo, sikhathi ngihlala khona bekuyisimo esiright ukuhlala khona, kwase kuqala ukufika abokufika baseTanzania, izinto zase ziyashintsha, kwangcola endaweni, kwase kuba khona nobugebengu futhi.
Could you comment on the state of crime at the Usindiso building and the safety and security?
Ungakhuluma ngesimo sobugebengu kade sikhona Usindiso nendlela nje yokuhlala khona?
Yeah, it was tough to stay there because there was too much criminal. There were too many criminals there, and we just stayed because there was nothing to do, because it was a cheaper place to stay.
Ngahlala khona isimo besinzima, bebuningi ubugebengu, beziningi izigebengu, kodwa ke ngahlala ngoba indawo ngwazi ukuthi ngihlale kuyo ngikhokhe, ibishibhile, beyingekho futhi enye into bengingayenza.
Could you tell the commission as to the state and the access of facilities such as water and electricity within the Usindiso building?
Ungachazela iCommissioner mayelana nogesi amanzi nesimo sokuhlala ebesiyona Usindiso?
Yeah, all I know is that there was electricity and water. As to how it was there, I don't know. But electricity and water was there.
Engikwaziyo ukuthi bekukhona amanzi nogesi. Ukuthi bekukhona kanjani angazi kodwa engikwaziyo ukuthi bekukhona amanzi nogesi.
Were you paying for the water and electricity? And how was the access, if you can describe, in your floor and the other floors as you know them?
Ubukhokhela yini ugesi namanzi? Ungachaza ukuthi kuleli bhilidi wena ade uhlala kulo leli banga le bhilidi ade uhlala kulo khona bekunjani?
We were not paying electricity, we were not paying water. We just got water from the taps. At our floor there were taps, but as time went on, we were taking it from the fire extinguisher.
Besingakhokheli amanzi nogesi kodwa ngesikhathi bengihlala khona amanzi abephuma empompini kodwa ngokuhamba kwesikhathi abengasaphuma amanzi besiwa sithatha esicima mlilweni epipe lesicima mlilo.
Are you aware or familiar with the development of informal shacks within the Usindiso building? And if you may expand in and around the surrounding areas of the Usindiso building?
Khona yini ongakuchaza ngemkhukhu ebikhandiwe ngaphakathi na ebhilidini laso Usindiso mayelana nemkhukhu ebikhandiwe khona ongachazela ikhomishana ngalokho?
Me, I don't know about how they built the shacks, but I know that there were shacks at the Usindiso, especially where we were staying at the ground floor.
Mina angazi ukuthi yakhandwa kanjani leyo mkhukhu kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi bikhona leyo mkhukhu kakhulukazi kulapha ade ngihlala khona mina nakhuzaneni egroundini lokuqala bekuyikhona imkhukhu kodwa angazi ukuthi ikhandwe kanjani.
So you have just given evidence that the conditions at Usindiso building started deteriorating, or the level of standard of living went down. So prior to the fire, have you interacted, or do you know of anyone that interacted with the city of Johannesburg, national government, or anyone else in order to assist with this condition?
Uqeda ukunika ubufakazi mayelana nokuthi isimo besinjani Usindiso ngaphambi kokuthi izinto zishintshe. Ngabe mhlambe khona yini owaziyo ukuthi khona abantu abake bazama bakhuluma nohulumeni mayelana nesimo sasosindiso ngaphambi komlilo?
I don't know if they tried, if some other people tried, but us as tenants we just following what was there.
Angazi mina, angazi noma bakhona yena abantu abazama ukukhuluma kodwa mina nje njengomuntu oqashile bengihlala khona angazi lutho.
Do you know of any attempt by the city of Johannesburg, national government, or anyone else in addressing these issues?
Khona yini okwaziyo mhlawumbe uhulumeni nomasipala wase Johannesburg ozamile ukwenza ukuthi ukhulume ngazo zona lezi inkinga lezi zamanzi nogesi?
I don't know anything about that.
Angazi lutho mayelana nalokho.
All I knew is that I was renting and paying my rent when the month ends only.
Angazi lutho mina engikwaziyo nje ukuthi makuphela inyanga bengikhokha imali yami yerent yokuthi ngihlale kuphela.
Is there anything that you wish to comment on in terms of the conditions at the Usindiso building?
Kukhona yini ongafuna ukuphawula ngakho mayelana nesimo sokuhlala ngendlela yesimo sokuhlala besikhona Usindiso?
Yeah, it was tough to stay there. It was very tough to stay there, but there's nothing that we could do because we wanted a place to stay. There was criminality there was uncleanliness, but we couldn't do anything because we wanted to stay, to a place to stay. You could just say, clean your own house, and you don't care about any other things that will happen after.
Akukho okuningi engingakusho ngaphandle ukuthi bekunobugebengu futhi bekungcolile, kodwa ayikho into besingayenza. Ubuhlala ngoba ubufuna ubudinga indawo yokuhlala, bekungcolile. Okwakho bokuthi ushanele lapha ohlala khona masu uyahlala ngoba ayikho enye into besingayenza, besifuna indawo yokuhlala.
Madam Chair, I shall now move to the events of the night of the fire.
Yes.
Sengizokhuluma ngendaba yobusuku kwenzeka khona umlilo.
Ms. Garwe, could you tell the Commission as to your experience of the night of the fire?
Ungasazisa ngokwenzeka ngalobo busuku ngokubona kwakho njengoba kwakwenzeka umlilo.
Yeah, it was on the 31st of August in 2023. As I went to sleep at about 10 o'clock at midnight.
Ngomhla ka 31 August 2023 ngahamba ngayolala ebusuku ngabo 10.
And then when I was I think when I was sleeping, I didn't know what happened. But it's my son who woke me up at about 1 a.m. saying, "Mom, can you please give me the keys? There's something happening outside."
Ngangilele ngicabanga ukuthi ngangazi ukuthi kwakwenzakalani, ngezwe nje sengivuswa indodana yami singicela isikhiye ithi, "Mama, angazi ukuthi kwenzakalani ngaphandle, ngisacela unginike isikhiye."
That's and at that time it was there was no electricity in our building. We thought it was load shedding, but at the other flats the electricity was already there.
Kwakungena gesi ke ebusuku kwakumnyama. Sasicabanga ukuthi ngenzeka ukuthi kune load shedding, kodwa uma sibuka kwamanye amabhilidi bukhona ugesi.
So I woke up, I couldn't see anything, and I knew where I always put my keys.
Ngavuka kwakumnyama ngangaboni lutho, kodwa ngangazi ukuthi ikhiye zami ngibeka kuphi ngoba nginendawo lapho engibeka khona ikhiye zami.
And we couldn't sleep without locking the doors, because if you don't lock the door, the criminals were always walking up and down.
Bekufanele uhlala ukhile ngaso sonke isikhathi ngoba igebengu ngaso sonke isikhathi behlale iyaluza. Ziyaluza ngaso sonke isikhathi, manje indlu yakho fanele uhlala ukhile umnyango.
So I woke up and took the key and opened the door.
Ngavuka ngathatha isikhiye ngavula umnyango.
And then when I opened the door, there was smoke, a heavy smoke that I saw coming through my door.
Ngathi mangivula umnyango kwangena inkungu yentuthu kumnyama yonke into.
That's when I realized that there is fire.
Ilapho engabona khona ukuthi kunomlilo.
And all I thought about is that I should go out without anything, because if I want to take anything, I'm not gonna make it.
Engacabanga nje ukuthi angeke ngize ngithathe lutho, fanele kuphume mina ngoba uma ngizozama ukuthi kube khona izinto engizoyithatha ngeke ngize ngikwazi ukufika phansi.
So I just got out, because the house that I was staying was near the entrance, and the fire was coming from behind.
Ngavele nje ngaphuma nhlanhla leyo ngangihlala ngasendaweni lapho khona kuseduze ukuphuma ngaphandle ngoba indawo yami indlu lapha ade ngihlala khona iseduze nomnyango, ngaphuma ngaphandle.
And I went outside. When I was outside, that's when I saw that it's a serious issue. It's a very serious fire that is happening. At first, I thought maybe it's just a little thing.
ngabona lapho ukuthi umlilo umkhulu kangakanani sengingaphandle ngathi mangibuka ngabona ukuthi mkhulu lo mlilo ngoba bengicabanga ukuthi umlilo omncane.
That's when I saw some other people jumping from the windows. Some other people were screaming inside the building.
Ilapho khona ngabona abanye abantu begxuma bephuma ngamawindi abanye bebememeza besengaphakathi ebhilidini.
And after 2 hours, that's when the fire brigade came.
Emva kwamahora amabili lapho khona okwafika khona icishamlilo.
And they started putting out the fire.
Baseke bawucisha umlilo.
That's all I know what happened.
Ilokho kuphela engikwaziyo ukwenzeka ngokubona kwami.
Could you comment on the efficiency of the fire department in dealing with this fire?
Ungakhuluma mhlambe ngokusebenza kwecishamlilo ngokucisha lo mlilo ukuthi ngokubona kwakho wena ubona ukuthi basebenza kanjani?
If the fire department came earlier, it was maybe it was going to be better for the other people that died in the fire, but because they came late, maybe that's the reason that contributed for the people to die.
Ukuba icishamlilo zashesha ukufika ngabe kwaba ngcono kodwa bafika isikhathi selisihambile kube basheshe bafika ngabe abanye abantu ngabe basinda.
Prior to the fire department coming on site to extinguish the fire, do you know of anyone that attempted to call the fire department for assistance or any other department within the city of Johannesburg?
Ngaphambi kokuba kufike icishamlilo ukhona yini obaziyo abathi abazama ukuthi bethinte umasipala waseGoli noma bethinte abanye abantu ukuthi bezozama ukuthi bezocisha lo mlilo yini?
Yeah, there were too many people who were trying to call them.
Baningi abantu ababezama ukubafonela baningi,
But came late.
kodwa bafika isikhathi sesihambile.
When they arrived at the scene, have you interacted with the fire
Ngesikhathi
department personnel or any other official of the city of Johannesburg?
ngesikhathi befika abantu bakamasipala khona yini owakhuluma kanye nabo wena?
Yeah, we tried to show them where the fire started, because we saw as if the fire started from behind our houses. So we tried to show them where the fire started, but they said the trucks have no water. They have to go and take other trucks that have water so that they can come and extinguish the fire.
Yebo sakhuluma nabo sizama ukubatshengisa ukuthi umlilo uqale kuphi, sibatshengisa ukuthi umlilo buqale ngemumva kwalapho bengihlala khona, kodwa basitshela ukuthi imoto lezi icishamlilo abahamba ngazo azinawo amanzi, fanele behambe beyothola amanzi.
Could you tell the commission as to did you or any of your loved ones sustain any injuries as a result of this fire?
Ungatshela nansi commission ukuthi wena noma abathandiweyo bakho noma umndeni wakho nalimala yini ngenxa yolumlilo wenzeka?
No, by the grace of God, we got out safe.
Chabo aslimalanga ngomusa kaNkuluNkulu saphuma singenalutho.
Did you lose any of your relatives, friends, or anyone that you knew within the building?
Khona yini owalahlekelwa yibo abangani ihlobo owawuhlala nabo khona lapha ebhilidini abashona ngomlilo?
Yeah, we had friends and some other neighbors that we stayed with, those that passed away with the fire.
Yebo besinabangani nomakhelwane laba sasihlala nabo bashona ngomlilo.
Madam Chair, I shall move to the aftermath of the fire.
Yes.
Ms. Karwe, could you tell the commission as to how did this fire affect your life?
Nkosazana Garo, ungayitshela ikhomishana ukuthi ukwenzeka kwalomlilo kuyishintshe kanjani impilo yakho?
It has so much affected my life for the fact that I don't even have anywhere to stay right now. I'm just staying at other people's places, my friends. They help me with a place to stay.
Kuyishintshe kakhulu impilo yami ngangokuthi anginayo ngisho indawo yokuhlala njengamanje nje ngikhuluma ngihlala nabangani bangisiza ukuthi ngithole indawo yokuthi ngihlale anginayo indawo yokuhlala.
We shall get to your current residential settlement.
Sizofika endaweni yalapho ohlala khona sizokhuluma ngalokho.
Could you tell the commission as to what losses have you suffered as a result of the fire?
Ungayitshela ikhomishana ukuthi iziphi izinto olahlekelwe yizo ngenxa yalomlilo wenzeka?
It's almost everything. I lost everything. I don't even have my passport. It was burnt in the fire. All my property and my clothes, everything that I had, I lost them in the fire.
Anginalutho njengoba nje ngilapha anginayo umazisi anginayo ipassport amaphepha monke impahla zami akukho nje nginakho anginalutho yonke into yasha nomlilo.
Given your losses, have you received any assistance from whether the city of Johannesburg, national government or anywhere else to address these losses that you have suffered?
Njengoba ushelwe yiyo yonke into khona yini isinxaphezelo suke wasithola esiqhamuka kumasipala noma esiqhamuka kuhulumeni noma esiqhamuka kuhulumeni jikelele kukhona yini isinxaphezelo osuke wasithola?
Yes, we got when they took us to Offland Park the day after the fire, they helped us with clothes. Only clothes, but as of even something to depend on, there is nothing except the 2,000 rand that I received. That I paid where I'm staying. I paid for that money because they want rent where I'm staying.
Ngalahlekelwa yikho konke kodwa sikhathi kuba nomlilo basithatha basise eHofland masifike eHofland basinika impahla zokugqoka mabesinikile nezimpahla zokugqoka base basisiza ke nango 2,000 rand u2000 loyo lapha engihlala khona bafuna irent lapha engihlala khona so ngawusebenzisa ke lo 2000 ukuthi ngikhokhe ngikhokhele leyo rent ngoba angikwazi ukuhlala ngaphandle kokukhokha.
Could you reiterate as to where did you get this 2,000 rand?
Ungasazisa ukuthi lo 2,000 rand uthole kuphi?
We got it from the Red Cross.
Ngiuthole kuyi Red Cross.
Given the impact of the fire, did you receive any psychological help or counseling from anywhere else?
No, nothing at all.
Ukhuluma njengoba nje wadlula kulokho wadlula kukho khona yini usizo osuke walithola ngokululekwa ngokwengqondo? Alukho usizo ngeke ngalithola.
In giving evidence, you had stated that you were moved to Hofland Park. Is this the residential area that you currently stay in?
Ngesikhathi ushicilela ubufakazi bakho ushila ukuthi wasuswa wahamba wayobeka eHofland ngabe
Hofland Park, as soon as they gave us those 2,000, they said you must see what you can do. Here we no longer want you to stay here. So we are not staying at Hofland anymore.
eHofland basinika lo 2,000 rand loyo mase besinikile basitshela ukuthi kumele sihambe sibone ukuthi nathi sizokwenza njani kodwa kumele sihambe lapha eHofland Park.
What were the conditions at Hofland Park when you were there?
Besinjani isimo sokuhlala eHofland Park njengoba uhlala khona?
It was not good at all. We were just staying because we had no choice.
Hayi besingesihle isimo sokuhlala eHoffland Park, besingasihle kodwa sihlalile ngoba besidinga indawo yokuhlala.
For how long did you stay at Hoffland Park?
Uhlala isikhathi esingakanani eHoffland Park?
We stayed for about 3 months.
Ngihlala izinyanga ezintathu.
At Hoffland Park, what was the condition on the access to water and electricity and sanitary facilities?
eHoffland Park njengoba duhlala khona bezinjani izinganqangi amanzi ugesi indawo yangasese yokuyikhulula bezinjani leso simo?
Yeah, we had toilets, we had sanitation as they could give us time to time. But the conditions were not good because we used to sleep on the floor. We had no beds to sleep on, but they gave us blankets at least.
Isimo saseHoffland Park besingasihle besikwazi ukuhamba siyoyikhulula noma bekungekuhle kodwa besikwazi ukuthi sihambe siyoyikhulula bengilala phansi besilala phansi kodwa ngcono ngoba basinikile oblanket ukuthi silale ngabo ingubo besinazo zokulala.
Did anyone from the city of Johannesburg, national government or anywhere else attempted to address these issues at Hoffland Park?
Ukhona yini owakahulumeni noma umasipala noma uhulumeni jikelele ke wazama ukuthi alungise lezi inkinga ebenibhekene nazo eHoffland Park na?
Yeah, there are some people, maybe, I think they are here. They used to come and address us there so that we can stay there in peace.
Yebo bakhona abantu abake bafika ngicabanga ukuthi abanye bakhona khona la kule commission bede befika bezokhuluma nathi.
Earlier on in giving your evidence, you had stated that at some point after the fire you were staying with other people. I assume other people may be friends or family. Am I right to assume that you are currently staying with a friend or family, and can you kindly clarify and expand on that?
Ngesikhathi ushicilela ubufakazi bakho ukhulumile ngokuthi uhlala nabangani monga naba nje ukuthi njengobuthi uhlala nabangani sinjani isimo uhlala ngaphansi kwasiphi isimo njengobuthi uhlala nabangani?
Yeah, I'm staying with friends. You know, when you are staying in a place which is not yours, it's always hard. Because we didn't know that this is going to happen. We were not prepared.
Ngihlala nabangani uyazi uma uhlala nomuntu akumnandi ngoba besingahlelang ukuthi ngizogcina ngihlala nabangani. So ngihlala nabangani mawuhlala endaweni yomuntu futhi nakhona isimo sakhona simnandi. So ngihlala nabangani.
Are you comfortable in sharing as to where is this place and what are the living conditions?
Awunankinga yini ngokusitshela ukuthi ikuphi le ndawo futhi isinjani isimo sokuhlala lapho ungasitshela noma ungasitshela kukwena ukuthi uyasitshela yini?
We are staying in town. But the conditions are not as good as what you choose on your own. This is just a forcing matter so that you can have somewhere to stay.
Ngihlala edrobheni, ngihlala nabangani. Isimo sakhona siyiso lese esiyikho. Umuntu uyayikhethela ukuthi usibona kanjani isimo. Njengamanje ngihlala nabangani.
Earlier on in giving your evidence, you had stated that when the fire broke, you were in your flat. And obviously, it's common cause that one would not know as to what started the fire because you were obviously within your flat. But could you comment on the aspect of what caused the fire according to you?
Ekuqaleni ukukhulumile ngokuthi ebufakazini bakho ukuthi umlilo wenzeka. Kungenzeka mhlawumbe ukuthi usitshele kancane, siyazi ukuthi ubulele ngaleso sikhathi, kodwa ungasitshela yini kancane ukuthi wena ngokubona kwakho yini eqale lo mlilo?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
I can't comment because I don't know anything. I just saw the building burning, but as to what started the fire, I don't know.
Angazi ngalokho, angeke ngize ngikwazi ukuthi ngibe novu ngento engingayibonanga. Mina ngabona nje sengaphandle ibhilidi selisha kuphela. Angazi, angeke ngize ngikwazi ukuthi ngikhulume, angazi.
Is there anything you wish to share with this commission?
Ukhona yini ongazami ofuna ukuthi ukhulume nale commissioner mayelana nalomlilo wenzeke Usindiso?
About the fire.
Indeed so, and your living conditions now.
Okay, right now it's tough. I just wish they help us with something to start our lives with, like even like accommodation. We don't have any accommodation. We don't have any way to start even our business that we were doing back then. We don't have any money to start the business. So if they can help us with that, a place to stay and something like to start our businesses as we used to do, it would be better for us.
Uma bengasisiza nje ngokuthi izinto zinzima ngendlela emangazayo, mabengasisiza ngokuthi sikwazi ukuthi siphinde siqale futhi amashishini ethu lawa kade sinawo, sikwazi ukuthi sithole nendawo yokuhlala. Masingathola nje indawo yokuhlala, siphinde sithole nento engasisiza ukuthi siqale amashishini ethu, singasizakala kakhulu.
Madam Chair, that would be all for examination in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Maponya. Advocate Siminya.
Chair, thank you. We have no questions for the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Mkomezulu.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. We have no question for the witness.
Yes.
Thank you.
I record that there is no one standing in for MNS. Mr. Maponya. Do you have this? Do you want to admit this affidavit of Ms. Harwe as an exhibit?
Indeed so, Madam Chair.
What exhibit number?
It will be NRF 40.
It is so admitted. Ms. Harwe, thank you very much for coming to give evidence before this commission. You may stand down as a witness.
Thank you.
Nkosazana Harwe, ngiyabonga ukuthi uzothula ubufakazi bakho phambi kwale commission, ungehla ekubeni ubufakazi.
Madam Chair, with leave, may we call upon Ms. Ntombizodwa Ncube, which on our index stated as witness number 24. Her witness statement can be found in page 105 to 108.
Advocate Siminya.
Ncube, do you have an objection in taking the oath?
Nkosazana Ncube, unakho yini ukungafuna ukuthatha isifungo? No.
And give us your full names.
Cela usiphe wonke amagama akho.
Igama Ntombizodwa Ncube.
My name's Ntombizodwa Ncube.
Do you swear the evidence you are about to give us will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
Uyathembisa ukuthi ubufakazi ozobethula phambi kwale commission kuyiqiniso akhona okunye kuyiqiniso kuphela. Uma kunjalo phakamisa isandla sakho sokudla ucela uthi inkosi ikusize.
Enkosi ngisiza.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Advocate Semenya. Mr. Maponya.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Ms. Ncube.
Sawubona Nkosazana Ncube.
Yebo.
Ms. Ncube, could you tell the commission as to what do you do for a living?
Nkosazana Ncube ungacela le commission ukuthi wenza ini empilweni, uyasebenza ikuphi okwenzayo?
Cha ngisebenza. Ayikho into engiyenzayo ngibheka umntanami.
I look after my child. I'm a homemaker.
How many children do you have?
Nezingane ezingaki?
I have 2 children.
I have 2 children.
And how old is the youngest?
Encane eyokugcina ineminyaka emingaki?
Ina 2 months.
2 months old.
Ms. Ncube, am I right to assume that you are familiar with the processes of this commission and the purpose thereof, and that you have some facts that you wish to enlighten the commission with regards to what must happen?
Nkosazana Ncube ngokwazi kwami angazi noma kuyiqiniso ukuthi uyazi ukuthi kwenzakalani lana njengoba sihlangene kule commissiona ngiya understand ukuthi unolwazi ofuna ukuthi uluthule unobufakazi ofuna ukuthi ubuthule phambi kwale commission.
Yebo ngiyazi.
Yes, I do.
Could you tell the commission as to how did you come about living at the Usindiso building and when?
Ngicela utshele le commission ukuthi ufike kanjani ukuthi uzwe uhlale ufike kanjani ukuthi uzuhlale Usindiso? Ufike kanjani ukuthi uzuhlale Usindiso futhi ufike nini?
Usindiso ngifike ngo-2021. Ngifike ngoba bengibizwe i-boyfriend yami.
I came to Usindiso 2021 and I was called by my boyfriend to come and stay there.
Could you describe the conditions or the living conditions thereof at the Usindiso building when you first started moving in?
Sisacela usichazele ngesimo sokuhlala Usindiso ngesikhathi ufika ngo-2021 isikhathi ekubizile uboyfriend wakho ukuthi besinjani isimo sokuhlala Usindiso.
Ngesikhathi ngifika eSindiso beku right but ngokuya kwesikhathi saqala ukuchange izinto because bezokhona amaTanzania amaningi.
When I came to Usindiso, things were fine, but as time went on, things started changing because there were too many Tanzanians.
Ms. Ncube, could you expand on your explanation as to what do you mean as when the Tanzanians arrived, things started changing?
Ngisacela ukunabela unkosazana Ncube ukuthi usho ukuthini mawukuthi njengoba sekufika amaTanzanian izinto zishintshile mawunganginabela lapho.
Oh, ngoba sokufika amaTanzania kaqhaza like ukungcola nokuqhaza sokufika isigebengu bahlala belwa every day.
When the Tanzanians came, it started being dirty, and there was crime, and there was fighting because they fight almost every day. They fight every day.
Ms. Ncube, could you tell the commission as to what were the living conditions at that time?
Ungasichazela Nkosazana Ncube ukuthi besinjani isimo sokuhlala ngaso sona leso sikhathi?
Ukuhlala bekuhlaleka ngoba bengekho into ezingayenza.
The living conditions were livable because there was nothing else that we could do, so we were living there.
Ms. Ncube, you have already stated as to the state of cleanliness. Could you state the state of safety and security and the crime levels at the Usindiso building?
Ma ungangichazela nje nkosazana ngesimo sokugebengu uphinde futhi ungichazele ngesimo sokuphepha ungichazele ukuthi bezinjani lezo zimo ngoba ubusungichazelile ngesimo sokungcola.
Sacela ungiphindela skisi.
Uma ungangichazela ngesimo sobugebengu isimo sokuphepha njengoba ubusuhlala Usindiso njengoba bese kwenzeka zonke lezi zinto uthi sekuhlala amaTanzania ucela ukuthi umchazele ukuthi besinjani isimo sobugebengu nesimo sokuphepha.
Ukuphepha lapho mina ebengihlala khona ngoba bengihlala ground floor bekungekho la ukuthi ngabe ukhona igate like abantu mabetshontsha umuntu uyagijima angene kulelo flat so abantu bacanga ukuthi lo muntu uhlala lapha kanti akahlali la.
The criminality was there. The criminality was quite prevalent because as I was living on the ground floor, there was no gate. So people would, from outside, randomly just run inside, and people would think that this person lives there, but the person doesn't live there. So there was definitely some crime happening.
Could you tell the Commission as to how did you access facilities such as water and electricity and the state of sanitation at the Usindiso building?
Sisacela uchazele le commission mayelana nesimo samanzi, nesimo sagesi, nesimo sendle, ama-toilet ukuthi beniphila kanjani, benithola kanjani lezi ngcingazana.
Okay, like amanzi kwamanye ama-floor ebengekho kwamanye ama-floor ebekhona. Ugesi ubuhamba sometimes ube load shedding, sometimes uhambe the whole day. Ma uhambe the whole day umele sihlanganise imali silungise sidinga umuntu ozolungisa ugesi. I-toilet ma uya e-toilet komele uphathe ibhakede uzoflasha ngalo e-toilet.
Electricity, we had electricity sometimes there'll be load shedding. Sometimes there'll be situations where we needed to gather money in order to get electricity, to pay someone to get electricity, water. Some floors had water and some floors didn't have water. And in terms of sanitation, when you went to the toilet, you needed to take a bucket of water with you.
Ms. Ngube, do you know of the development of informal shacks within the Usindiso building or in and around the Usindiso building?
Nkosazana Ncube khona yini uyazi yini mayelana nokukhandwa kwemkhukhu ngaphakathi noma emaceleni kwebhilidi laso Usindiso na ngaphandle?
Cha ngazi.
No, I don't know anything.
Were you aware of informal shacks within Usindiso building?
Ubuwazi ngemkhukhu ebikhandiwe phakathi Usindiso ebhilidini?
Cha angiyazi.
No, I don't know.
Earlier on in giving your evidence, you had stated the low conditions of living at the Usindiso building. Did you or anyone that you know attempt to address these issues with the city of Johannesburg or government or anyone else?
Ubukhulumile ngesikhathi usinika ubufakazi bakho ngesimo sokuhlala Usindiso mayelana nendzinganqangi. Ungasichazela yini ukuthi khona yini oseke wazama ukukhuluma nomasipala noma ekhulume nohulumeni mayelana nalezi inkinga ebenihlangabezana nazo? No.
Ms. Ngube, do you know of any attempt by the city of Johannesburg, national government or anyone else in addressing these issues that arose within Usindiso building?
Nkosazana Ncube uyazi yini ngakuhulumeni ukuthi khona yini oweza ezozama ukuxazulula lezi inkinga ebenibhekene nazo Usindiso na? Khona osuka kuhulumeni noma osuka kumasipala oweza kunini?
angazi lutho.
No, I don't know.
Ms. Ngube, do you have any other information you wish to share with the Commission as to the living conditions at the Usindiso?
Nkosazana Ncube, khona yini okunye ulwazi onalo ofuna ukuthi ululethe phambi kwale commission mayelana nesimo sokuhlala osindiso na? No.
Madam Chair, we shall move to the events of the night of the fire.
Yes, we may do so.
Ms. Ngube, could you tell the Commission as to your experience of the night of the fire?
Nkosazana Ncube, ungasichazela mayelana nokwenzeka ngobusuku nakho ibhilidi lisha osindiso ngokwakho.
Mina ngesikhathi ukusha ngokuqala komlilo ngavuka mina ngo-12 ngiyochama.
Around 12 o'clock, I woke up and I went to go pee.
And then mangivuka ngo-12 ngezwa umuntu ekhala like bengicabanga ukuthi maybe ilama Tanzania ngoba every day mayidakiwe ayashayana. Ngabuyela ngayebhedini ngayolala.
And when I woke up, I heard someone screaming, and I thought it was probably the Tanzanians because they normally fight and scream. So I went back to bed and I slept.
And then ngo-1 ngavuka futhi ngiyochama. Mangithi ngiyavuka ngathatha itoshi ngoba bekungekho ugesi.
And then around 1 o'clock, I woke up again to go and pee again. And I took a torch because there was no electricity.
Mangivuka mangithi ngiyahlala ebhakedini ngezwa umakhelwane ememeza ethi umlilo kuyasha. Then ngavusa umyeni wami ngamtshela ukuthi kuyasha.
As I was about to pee, I heard my neighbor shouting and saying that there's a fire, it's burning. And I woke up my husband and I told him that there's a fire.
Uthe mangimvusile wavuka wavula umnyango wathi mangimuphe ibhegi yakhe yempahla.
And when I woke him up, he took his bag of clothes and he opened up the door and he said I must give him the bag of clothes.
Ngathatha ibhegi ngamnikeza ngabuyela mina ngaphakathi. Mangithi ngithatha ezami impahla ngisifaka ku washing basket.
And I went back inside and I was attempting to take my own clothes and put them in the washing basket. I gave him the bag and I went back inside and I was taking my clothes and putting them in the washing basket.
Ngesimo sangivumelanga ukuthi ngicine ngithathe ezami impahla ngoba umlilo ubusu ready usufikile phakathi endlini yami.
But the fire was so big that I wasn't able to do that. It was so big that it was now in my room.
Ngoba bengaqokanga bengqoke iphenti ngathatha ithawulo nesigqoko nama slippers.
I wasn't dressed. I just only had my panties. So I took a towel and I put on a hat and put on slippers.
Uthe mangiphuma umnyeni wami ngizamtholanga lapha eminyango wasendlini. Ngingacabanga ukuthi mebuphumile wayo phandle nami ngaphuma ngabaleka ngaphandle.
When I got out of the door, my husband was already gone. He wasn't there, so I thought maybe he went outside. So I also went outside.
Mangifika phandle angimtholi. And then mangithi ngizama ukubuyela kusabuyeleka already umlilo usumningi.
And when I got outside, he wasn't there. I couldn't find him. And then when I tried to go back inside, the flames were too much. I couldn't go inside.
Ngenhlanhla ngoba ngangiphethe ifoni yakhe ngakwazi ukuthi ngifonele usisi bakhe ngibatshela ukuthi ubhudaba ngimboneni kuyasha lapha eflatini.
Luckily, I had his phone on me, so I called his sisters and told him that there's a fire and I can't find my husband. I can't find your brother.
And then usisi bakhe babuya bambheka until kwaze wasemoni ekuseni bakaze bambona.
And then his sisters came and they looked for him until the morning and they couldn't find him.
And then bathi kimi masambe sophinda sibuye futhi kusasa ngathi cha mina ngeke ngihambe ngizosala ngempela.
And then they told me that let's go, we'll come back tomorrow to look for him. And I told him that no, I'm not going to leave, I'm going to look for him.
Mathi-ke makwenza ukuthi ngisala ngoba ngipregnant kuyabanda masami solala ngathi cha mina ngizosala bathi khona umngane wami wathi uhamba naye endlini ufike lala endlini.
And they said to me, because I'm pregnant, I need to go and sleep. And I told them that I wouldn't go, but there was a friend of mine.
Bathi makahambe nami ngiyolala endlini.
And there was a friend of mine who was around, and they told her that she must take me and I must go and sleep in her room.
And then ngahamba ngayolala. Kusasa kwakhona ngavuka futhi ngembheka angizange ngamthola.
I went to go and sleep. I woke up and I went to go and look for him again, and I didn't find him.
And then ngahlala 2 days ngase ngiyahamba ngese Hoffland.
And then I stayed 2 days, and then I went to Hoffland.
Ms. Ncube, did you finally found your boyfriend?
Nkosazana Ncube, uyitholile yini i-boyfriend yakho?
Yeah, simtholile January.
Yes.
Almost end of January.
Yes, we did find him almost at the end of January.
Ms. Ncube,
Ms. Ncube. Mr. Maponya, is the witness able to proceed with her evidence? Should we take a short adjournment of 5 minutes to enable her to recompose herself?
I propose same, Madam Chair.
Yes, we'll take a short adjournment. Mr. Maponya.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for the indulgence. Ms. Ngube, I would assume that when you found your boyfriend in January, your boyfriend had passed on as a result of the fire. Am I right to say that?
Nkosazana Ncube, ngicabanga ukuthi angazi noma kuyiqiniso yini, ngicela ungazise ukuthi ngenkathi umthola boyfriend yakho ubese isoka lakho sikhathi ulithola bese lishonile. Kuyiqiniso yini lokho?
Kuyiqiniso.
Yes, that is true.
As the fire broke, do you know of anyone that attempted to call the fire department?
Njengoba umlilo wawusha ebhilidini laso Usindiso, uyazi yini ukuthi khona abantu abafonela icishamlilo na?
Cha, angifuni ngiqamba amanga. Angaze ngibone lutho ngoba mina bengibhizi ngibheka umyeni wami.
I don't want to lie. I don't know anything. My concern was looking for my husband.
With that being said, what would be your comment in terms of the efficiency of the City of Johannesburg Fire Department in dealing with the fire? And I understand that at that time, when they were dealing with the fire, you were looking for your husband.
Ngokubona kwakho mayelana nokwenza komsebenzi wecishamlilo, ukwenza umsebenzi wabo icishamlilo, ubona ukuthi bawenza ngendlela okuyiyona yini? Ngiyaqonda ukuthi ubucinga umyeni wakho, kodwa ngokubona kwakho icishamlilo zawenza yini umsebenzi ngendlela okuyiyona yona?
Ukwenza abenzanga kahle ngoba kube basheshisa bacima umlilo. Awungeke uzukhuphukele uye phezulu kakhulu.
The way things were done, in my opinion, they were slow. If they were faster, then the fire wouldn't have gone up. It wouldn't have escalated to the higher floors.
Ms. Ngube, earlier on you had given evidence that you were pregnant at the time of the night of the fire. Did you or your unborn child sustain any injuries as a result of this fire?
Ngaphambilini ukhiphe ubufakazi bokusho ukuthi ubuzithwele ngesikhathi somlilo. Khona yini ukuhlukumezeka noma ukulimala okwenzakalile kuwena nomntwana wakho mayelana nalomlilo? Khona ukulimala enikutholile yini ngenxa yalomlilo?
Ulimala asilimalanga saphuma kahle. Into nje ebingihlukumeza ukuthi sengizokhulisa umntwana nge1.
In the fire, we didn't get hurt. I was able to exit the building, but the only thing that worries me is the fact that I have to raise a child on my own.
Other than your late husband, did you experience any death of a close relative or a family member?
Ngaphandle komyeni wakho owaswelekela emlilweni, ngabe khona yini ezinye izihlobo zakho ezasweleka kulomlilo wasosindiso?
Ukhona umzala nomfazi wakhe.
I had my cousin and his wife.
Ms. Ngube, did you ever interact with anyone from the City of Johannesburg national government or anyone else from any organization during the breaking of the fire and shortly after the extinguishing of this fire?
Nkosazana, khona yini oke waxhumana kanye nabo, wakhuluma kanye nabo njengoba kade kwenzeka umlilo noma usuqedile ukwenzeka umlilo abaphuma einhlanganweni ezahlukahlukene noma abaphuma kumasipala noma abaphuma kuhulumeni aseke bakhuluma kanye nawe?
Cha, abekho.
No, I haven't engaged with anyone.
Madam Chair, I shall move to the aftermath
Yes.
of the fire. Ms. Ngube, could you tell the Commission as to how did the fire that broke at Usindiso affect your life?
Nkosazana Ncube, ungachazela le commissioner omi phambi kwayo ukuthi umlilo lo wenzakalile waseSundiso lishintshe kanjani impilo yakho?
Lo mlilo lo like ungihlukumezile ngoba that time being pregnant and nobaba umntwana washona, ayikho into engizoyenza mangipregnant, ayikho into engathi maybe like ngizozama ukuthi ngenze kanje ngoba ngipregnant. Lo kushisa komlilo kungivalela into eziningi and kungihlukumezile kakhulu until now.
The Usindiso building fire really abused, I feel abused, terrorized, gutted, because I was pregnant and there's nothing you can do when you are pregnant, and there's nothing else that I can really do because I was pregnant at the time. It has affected me so badly, and that I can't do anything even now. I don't even know what to do even now. So this fire really changed everything for me.
Ms. Ngube, so assuming that at the time of the fire at Usindiso you were pregnant, could you tell the Commission as to where and when did you deliver your baby?
Nkosazana, Ncube, sicela usichazele ukuthi ngoba ubuzithwele ngalesi sikhathi somlilo, utete nini futhi utete kuphi?
Ngitete nge-7 December. Ngitetele emnyango waseclinic lapha ngaseGP ngaphandle.
I gave birth on the 7th of December at the door of GP Clinic, in the front door of the clinic at GP Clinic.
Could you tell the Commission as to the experiences that you had to endure as a result of being displaced and having to deliver a baby during that time?
Sicela uchazele le commissioner ngesimo sakho sokuteta, ubungenayo indawo yokuhlala, fanele uphinde futhi uhambe uyoteta. Monga sichazela nje ngaleso simo leso esenzeka kuwe phambi kwale commissioner ukuthi usidwebele isithombe sokuthi besinjani isimo sakho.
Ukuteta like ngaqala ama-pain ngo-6, ngateta ngo-8, ngathola umntwana ngo-8. Ukuteta ungenandawo yokuhlala kubuhlungu ngoba usuka ucabanga uqala ukuthi impahla zomntwana uzosithathaphi, ukuthi uma ngiphuma lapha ngizoyaphi, ngoba manje ngitetile ngizodlani ngoba ngisho bengingenakho ngisho ukudla ukuthi ngidle. Ngize ngasizwa uMr. End wangithengela ukudla ukuthi ngidle ngidle esibhedlela, until even noma sengitetile bangilethela ukudla endlini.
The situation was very, very bad because having to give birth when you don't have a place to stay, when you don't have anywhere to go, it was really bad. I started having contractions at 6, and I gave birth around 8 o'clock. There were no clothes for the child. There's nowhere for me to go. It was really a difficult time. There was no food. I was helped by Mr. And who bought me food. I didn't even have food for the child. It was really bad for me. It's a bad experience.
Ms. Ngube, could you tell the Commission as to What losses have you suffered?
Mr. Maponya, if I may interpose, who is Mr. End? If you can establish from the witness who is Mr. End.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair.
I-commissioner ucela ukubuza ukuthi ena ubani uMr. End lo wathengile imidla.
Baba lo ohleli lapha.
Madam Chair, could I clarify?
Yes.
It's not Mr. N, it's Mr. Eddie. Andy.
Ubani Andy?
Andy.
It's Mr. Andy. Oh, Mr. Andy, yes.
It's Mr. Andy Chenna.
Mr. Andy?
Andy Chenna.
Andy Chen.
Chen.
And who is he?
As I know him, he's a human rights activist.
Okay.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. With indulgence, the spelling of Mr. Eddie Chenna, the surname is CHINNAH. Ms. Ngube, I believe you were telling us about the losses that you have suffered as a result of the fire.
Sesacela uchazele le commissioner mayelana nezinto ezakulahlekela ngalomlilo owenzeka osindiso.
Into ezangilahlekela oqala ngalahlekela umyeni wami. Okwesibili like furniture, stove, like wardrobe, umbheda, ikhaboti, that furniture nje.
The things that I lost mostly, I lost my husband, and then I lost furniture, bed, stove, those things, but I lost my husband.
Ms. Ngube, given your losses that you have suffered as a result of the fire, did you receive any assistance from the city of Johannesburg, the national government, or anywhere else?
Nkosazana Ncube, njengoba ulahlekelwe nje kukhona yini usizo osuke walithola noma isinxephezelo osuke wasithola kuhulumeni noma kumasipala noma kwezinye izinhlangano esezike zakuthinta zakusiza?
Usizo ngalithola ngathola i-2000 ku-Red Cross.
The help that I got was from the Red Cross, and it was 2,000 rands.
Have you received any psychological assistance or help from national government or elsewhere?
Khona yini uhulumeni noma ezinye inhlangano sebeke basiza yini ngokuzokululeka ngokwengqondo? No.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Ngube, could you tell the Commission as to your knowledge of how what caused the fire?
Nkosazana Ncube, ungakwazi ukutshela le commissioner mayelana nesizathu salomlilo ukuthi uzwenzeke nje wenzeka kanjani, waqalwa yini?
Isizathu esiningi anginaso ngoba mina ngangicanga ukuthi ikhandlela umakhelwane mebhulele elayite ekhandlela, but ngithe mangiphuma phandle ngadibana umakhelwane ngambuza ukuthi yini eqala umlilo, wathi naye akazi ngoba umlilo waqala endlini yakhe.
According to me, I don't know, because I thought it was my neighbor who left the candle on, and when I was going out, I asked my neighbor what started the fire, because the fire started at his place, and he said he doesn't know.
Thank you, Ms. Ngube. Do you have anything else to tell the Commission?
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Nkosazana Ncube. Khona yini okunye ofuna ukwethula phambi kwale commission? No, there's nothing.
Madam Chair, that will be all for examination.
Thank you, Mr. Maponya. Mr. Siminya.
We wish you find healing down the line from the loss of those close to you and your little one.
Nkosazana Ncube siyakufisela ukuthi duduzeka sikufisela ukuthi uphole enhlizweni yakho ngokulahlekelwa okwenzekile kuwena ngokuhamba kwesikhathi sikufisela ukuthi ududuzeke.
Those are the only comments you can make to the witness. No questions, ma'am.
Thank you, Advocate Siminya. Mr. Mgomezulu.
Thank you, Chair. Also, no question other than to convey the message to Ms. Ncube that we are very sorry for your loss, ma'am. Thank you, Chair.
Nami ngifisa ukudlulisa ukuthi alwehlanga lungehlanga kuwena Nkosazana Ncube uphole siyaxolisa ngokulahlekelwa kwakho Dudu.
Mr. Maponya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I now wish to admit the statement of Ms. Ntombizodwa Ncube. I believe this will be an exhibit NRF 41.
Yes. It is so admitted, Mr. Maponya.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Ncube, we thank you for having come to give evidence before this commission.
Nkosazana Ncube siyakubonga kakhulu ngokuza uzothula ubufakazi bakho phambi kwale commission.
Okay.
As a commission, we offer our condolences for the loss of your partner.
Njenge commissioner sithula ukudabuka ngokulahlekelwa komyeni wakho.
May you be comforted in your loss.
Dudu ekulahlekeni kwakho. Thank you.
You may step down as a witness, ma'am.
Ungehla njengofakazi Nkosazana Ncube.
Madam Chair, with leave, we would wish to call our following witness, which will be Usindiso Ndebele. And I truly apologize, Madam Chair, that Usindiso Ndebele does not follow as witness number 25, but follows as witness number 27. But from what I've gathered is that she has a disabled child that needs attention tomorrow, and if the day went well as planned today, she would have given her evidence. So if we adjourn or anything happens today, tomorrow she won't be able to give evidence either. So we deem it fit, or we ask leave from the Madam Chair for Mr. Sitembi, can I get the name right? Apologies. Usindiso Ndebele to come and give evidence.
Yes, you may do so.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Please give us your full name, ma'am.
Usindiso Promise Ndebele.
Usindiso Promise Ndebele.
Do you have an objection in taking the oath?
Unakho ukungqikaza ngokuthatha isifungo sakho?
Cha.
No.
Do you swear the evidence you're about to give us will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if you do, raise your right hand arm and say, "So help me God."
Uyathembisa ukuthi ubufakazi ozobuthula phambi kwale commission kuyiqiniso akulona amanga kuyiqiniso kuphela. Uma kunjalo phakamisa isandla sakho sokudla uthi ungisize Nkosi.
Inkosi ngisize.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Advocate Siminya. Mr. Maponya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Usindiso.
Sawubona Nkosazana Sithembiso.
Yebo.
Madam Chair, for purposes of following, the statement of Ms. Usindiso Ndebele will be found in page 116 to 120 of the amended index. Ms. Usindiso, could you tell the Commission as to where are you from and what do you do for a living?
Nkosazana Sithembiso, ungayitshela iCommission ukuthi uqhamuka kuphi futhi yini oyenzayo empilweni?
Ngiqhamuka eNewcastle. Okwamanje empilweni angenzi lutho.
I'm from Newcastle and right now I currently do nothing.
Ms. Usindiso, do you have any children?
Yebo nginabo.
Nkosazana Sithembiso, unawo abantwana?
Yebo nginabo.
Yes, I do.
Could you give us the figure?
Sisacela usiphi number yabantwana?
Babili.
Babili, two. Two
Ms.
children.
Usindiso, am I right to say or assume that you are familiar with the processes of this commission and the purpose of this commission, and that you have certain facts that you wish to enlighten the commission of?
Unobufakazi ofuna ukuqula phambi kwale commission, uyazi ukuthi le commission imayelana nani, ngiqinisile yini uma ngicabanga lokho na?
Yebo uqinisile.
Yes, that is true.
Ms. Usindiso, could you tell the commission as to how did you come about living at the Usindiso building and when?
Nkosazana Sithembiso, uhlale kanjani, ufike nini Usindiso, uqale nini futhi ukuhlala khona?
Usindiso ngifike khona ngo-2018.
I started staying in the Usindiso building in 2018.
Bengisuka eTarfontein.
I was coming from Tufffontein.
Ngizwe ngumzala wami ukuthi kunendawo yokuhlala cause ngangemphelezele eyofuna naye indawo yokuhlala osindisweni.
I heard through my cousin, who was also looking for a place to stay at Usindiso, that there is accommodation available in the Usindiso building.
Ms. Ndebele, could you describe the conditions at the Usindiso building when you first moved in?
Nkosazana, ungasichazela mayelana nesimo sokuhlala osindisweni njengoba ubuqala ukufika khona ukuthi besinjani?
Isimo sokuhlala eOsindiso besi right ngisafika because bekungakagcwali kakhulu. Mina ngifike eOsindiso kusenabantu abancane nje kungagcwelanga. Yonke into ibihlelekile ku clean. Sihlala futhi nangokuthula.
When I started staying at Usindiso, there were few people. There were still few people. It was very organized. It was quiet. We lived peacefully, and everything was going well.
Could you tell the commission as to whether the conditions, as you are describing them now, ever changed when you were staying at Usindiso, and how did they change?
Sicela uchazele na iCommission ukuthi na njengoba nje silana isimo sasosindiso sashintsha futhi ukushintsha kwaso kwaba nini, sashintsha kanjani?
Ukuqala ukushintsha kwesimo sosindiso siqale ngo2019 mina ngokubona kwami. Mangabe sicishelwa ugesi uCity Power.
The situation changed at Usindiso, in my opinion, in 2019 when City Power switched off the electricity.
Kwaqala kwangena abantu abaningi ke abahlukene.
And then we had different types of people coming to stay in the building.
Ila okwaqala khona ke kwangathi kuyashintsha ukuhlala because kwakunabantu abaphuma enhlangeni ezahlukene nemibono yanga hambisana njengasekuqaleni njoba besifikile sisebafiwe. The more kugcwala the more kwaba nenkinga khona eflatini.
And that's when problems arose. After the electricity was switched off, there was different types of people from different backgrounds. There was a lot of polarization from different backgrounds, different opinions, and then the peace just went away because of all the different opinions and different people. That's when, in my opinion, things started changing.
Ngoba kwakufanele ukuthi njoba sicishe lo gesi sikwazi ukuhlangana ezi abantu abahlala Usindiso sibone ukuthi siphuma kanjani kuleyo nkinga. Nangempela sahlangana kwabizwa emeeting sahlangana ukuthi kuyokhulunywa indaba kagesi. Angisakhumbula ukuthi imaphi lama office okwayiwa kubo. Kodwa kwaya obhutu usihle nabothato kulelo office. Mina bengijwayela ukusala ke esikhathini esiningi because ngine umntwana o disabled odinga ukuthi ngihlale ngiseduze kwakhe.
So the situation that of cutting the electricity, as a people, we needed to get together to unite and be able to come up with a solution in order for us to be able to go and speak at specific offices about restoring electricity. And we did actually unite, and as we united, there was a certain Sihle and Tato who went to those specific offices. I don't know which offices it was. I wasn't able to go because I have a disabled child.
Could you tell the Commission as to your knowledge of the reasons why City Power endeavored to cut off the electricity?
Ungasazisa yini iCommissioner mayelana nokuthi umasipala nje eze ucishe ugesi uCity Power ucisheleni?
Ucishe ngoba kwafika iletter eflatini ethi ugesi uyakweleta imali. Angazi noma ngizokhumbulana imali. I think kwakuyimali engafundeki kodwa 300 million or angikho kwakuyimali enkulu kakhulu. Kwathi ibhilidi lizocishelwa ugesi because liyakweleta likweleta imali enkulu.
The reason why the electricity was switched off is because we received a letter in the building, and when that letter came, it was saying that the building owes the electrical bill. It had the electrical bill, and it was an absorbent amount. I don't even know. The amount is so big that I don't even know how much it was. I think it was 300 million or something like that. I don't know. But it's a letter that we received saying that the building owes money.
To whom specifically did this letter address?
Le ncwadi lena ibibhalelwe ubani? Ibibhalele bani? Ubani akade ibiposelwe kubani? Ubani ebithunyelwe kuyena?
Yaplakwa nje gateini la singena khona sonke.
It was
kwasa ekseni khona iplugin.
It was attached on the gate. In the morning when we woke up, the letter was attached on the gate.
Earlier on in giving your evidence, you had stated that there were two gentlemen, if I'm not mistaken, that endeavored to go and meet with the city officials at a certain office. Do you have any knowledge of the contents of that meeting and any resolution that was taken in that meeting?
Ngaphambilini ukhulumile ebufakazini bakho wathi khona amadoda amabili awahamba aya emhlanganweni thizeni eyohlangana nabantu bakamasipala. Ungabe khona yini okwaziyo okwenzeka kuleyo meeting? Khona mhlambe ababuya bazokuthula kunina kuwena, khona yini okwaziyo ngalowo mhlangano loyo owenzeka? Khona yini isisombululo ababuya naso bezokutshela osaziyo ngalowo mhlangano loyo ke?
Isombululo ababuya naso ukuthi sihlanganise ibathola umuntu osebenza ka City Power owathi ningakwazi ukusilungisela ugesi. Ene loyo muntu loyo wasufuna imali engango 6000 ke yena. Babuya naleyo report ukuthi sithole umuntu ozokwazi ukusilungisela ugesi osebenza ka City Power uthe ufuna u6000 rand, which means kumele ukuthi door to door sikhiphe imali ezohlanganisa lo 6000 rand kuze sikwane ukubuyelwa ugesi.
The resolution for, they did come back. They came back and they told us that they found someone who works for City Power, and according to that person, they are able to restore the electricity on condition that they are to pay an amount of 6,000 rands. And when they came back with this, it was found that if everyone in the building is to contribute towards getting the 6,000 rands.
Madam Chair, I do not wish to labor on this aspect. Just one question out of.
Yes, you may.
Given the fact that there was a report that you had to pay a certain amount of money to this certain official of City Power, did that transpire, and what was a result of that action, if ever it was taken? Apologies for that. My question is that, did they pay that 6,000 to that certain official, and what was the result?
Bawukhokhile niwukhokhile yini lo 6,000 rand nikhokhela lo muntu osebenzela umasipala, emva kokumkhokhela yini eyenzakalile?
Yebo sawukhokha imali sayihlanganisa yakhokhwa, emva kwalokho wasibuyisela ugesi wawulungisa wabuya.
Yes, we all contributed and we paid the 6,000 rands, and he fixed the electricity and it was restored. We had electricity.
Could you tell the Commission as to the state of safety and security within Usindiso building at that time?
Ngaleso sikhathi leso ungayitshela ikhomishana mayelana nezokuphepha osindisweni ngaleso sikhathi leso.
Ezokuphepha osindisweni zike zabakhona. Bekunobaba nje omdala esimbiza umkhulu, ubesigadele egeyithini. Lo baba lona bekufanele ukuthi ke simcabangele nathi njengomuntu omdala. Simkolekele lawo mathurande besimkolawela wona for per room. Ukuthi ahlale egeyithini.
There was an old man, we called him Mkulu, who was sort of a security. He stayed at the gate, and each room had to contribute 2 rands in order to pay him that he guards as a security.
Ene ebekwazi ukugada egeyithini umkhulu. Until kuzeke kube nale confusion ukuthi abantu abathanda ukukhipha imali. Naye wagcina engasakwazi ukugada egeyithini because abantu bebengafuna ukumkhokhela. Ukhipha lawo mathurandi lawo ma10 rand ukuthi ugada egeyithini.
So the situation changed because some people wouldn't pay him. So he could actually guard. He was guarding at the gate, and some people were contributing for that 2 rands and 10 rands, and some people were not. And then it got to a point where he also decided that he's not going to guard the place anymore because they weren't paying. That's when it started being a place where people just came and go as they please.
Egeyithini, do you mean the main gate?
The main gate. Umkhulu behlala kwi main gate elivala. Umuzi ongena ubekuvulela ungene. Mawuqeda ungena alivali.
The main gate, I mean the main gate. He would sit there at the gate, and if you're coming in, he'd open for you, and when you are in, he'd close behind you. That's where he would sit. Open and close as you come in.
Could you tell the Commission as to how did you access facilities of water and sanitation within the Usindiso building?
Sicela utshela ikhomishana ukuthi amanzi, ugesi nendaba yendle ibisebenza kanjani osizweni.
Amanzi wona wade sinike izinkinga because besebenzisa amanzi lawa asemapayipini okucisha umlilo.
Water was a real problem. That was the real problem because we were using the water from the fire extinguishing pipes.
Ama-toilet ke, ifloor nefloor ibinema-toilet one.
And
Oh, sorry.
each floor had its own had its own toilets.
Besiziklinela ngokwethu sishintshana thina e4th floor. Sinama-game okuklina. Besiklina ama-toilet besiyilokha eyethu toilet. Sayakhanda safaka isicabha safaka umshudo safaka iloko. Leyo lokho beyihlala kubantu abathathu. Ofuna toilet ubethatha isikhiye ahambe e-toilet abuye. But amanzi besiwaphatha ngebhakede.
So on the 4th floor, which is where I stayed, we had a rotation, we had a roster. Everyone had a turn to clean the toilets. We bought a door and we bought a big padlock, and we put it in there and we locked. 3 people had a key. So if you wanted to go to the toilet, you take your bucket of water and you get the key and you go to the toilet. So our toilet was cleaned on the 4th floor and we locked it.
Do you know of any development of informal shacks within the Usindiso building or in and around the building?
Khona ongasitshela khona mayelana nokukhanda kwemikhukhu ngaphakathi nangaphandle futhi osindisweni.
Imikhukhu ebengiyazi mina ibise ground floor. Iyona ndawo ebinemkhukhu. Noma beyikhona e3 but beyimncane. Imkhukhu ibise ground floor. Iyona nje indawo ebinemkhukhu eminingi.
Ground floor had a lot of shacks. That's the main place where the shacks were. It was the ground floor. The 3rd floor also had a couple of shacks, but most shacks were on the ground floor.
As you were giving evidence, you had stated that there was no proper security at the building. Could you tell the Commission as to the levels of crime within the building and even outside?
Njengoba ukhulumile wathula ubufakazi bakho ukhulumile ngokuthi bingekho unogada noma ugadile. Sicela usitshele mayelana nobugebengu sindisweni phakathi nangaphandle ukuthi bekunjani.
Ubugebengu bese bubuningi kakhulu noma singeke sisho ukuthi abantu ade behlala phakathi e-shelter because bekunokusuka abantu bakogezeni abantu bakuphi begange lapha estradini. Indlela abaphunyuka ngayo mase bebanjwa bazobalekela ngaphakathi e-building yethu because beyingasena security.
There was crime. There was a lot of crime, and even people on the streets would commit crime, and then because there was no security at the gate, they'd also come in. People from Gezeni as well would come in, would commit crimes and come into the building. So there was crime.
Ms. Ndebele, during your time and stay at the Usindiso building, have you or any other person that you know interacted with the City of Johannesburg, national government, or anyone else in order to address these living conditions?
Nkosazana Ndebele, njengoba ubuhlala osizweni osindisweni khona yini umuntu omaziyo ukuthi nizamile ukuthi nilungise lezi inkinga zezinkinga nqangi zenu nikhuluma mhlambe okuhulumeni noma okumasipala ebese nike nakhuluma nayo ukuthi nithule lezi inkinga zenu?
Cha, njoba bese ngishilo eqaleni ama-meeting ase Usindiso amanye bewengijampa because mina bengakwazi ukuphuma esikhathi esiningi angikaze ngize ngizwe ngalo.
No, I wouldn't say because most of the meetings I wasn't able to attend to because of my situation. But no, I'm not aware of any communication.
Ms. Ndebele, other than City Power coming to cut electricity. Do you know of any government official that came at the Usindiso building in order to address any other issue?
Ngaphandle kwamasipala beza bezonqamula ugesi, khona yini abanye bakahulumeni noma bakamasipala abazamile ukuza bezokhuluma nani osindisweni mayelana nalezi inkinga benibhekene nazo?
Cha, akekho.
No one.
Ms. Ndebele, do you have any other information that you wish to share with the Commission in terms of the living conditions at the Usindiso building?
Nkosazana Ndebele, zikhona yini ezinye izinto ofuna ukuzithula phambi kwekhomishana mayelana nesimo sokuhlala osindisweni ongafuna ukuthi sizaziwe?
Mina engafuna ukuthi kwaziwe nje ukuthi i-shelter ibingcono kakhulu kunale ndawo esibekwe kuyo manje. Le ndawo esihlala kuyo manje ayisondeli nokusondela nje kuyi-shelter. I-shelter ibingcono kakhulu ngoba i-shelter ubuhlala endlini kunanespace.
Ms. Ndebele, apologies for interjecting. Are you referring to your current residential area or Usindiso?
She's saying that the situation at Usindiso was way better. It was a good condition compared to where they're basically staying now.
Okay, we will get into that aspect later on.
Okay.
But thank you for sharing.
Sizofika lapho-ke ngokuhamba kwesikhathi, ngiyabonga.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I shall now move to the night of the fire.
Yes, you may.
Ms. Ndebele, could you tell the Commission as to your experiences of the night of the fire at Usindiso?
Nkosazana Ndebele, unganabela ikhomishana ngobusuku lapho khona kwakunomlilo khona eUsindiso ngokwakho ukuthi kuwena kwenzakalani kuwena?
Ngosuku lomlilo mina ngangilele.
The night of the fire, I was sleeping.
Ngavuswa umunye umfana weTanzania esivusa enoka mama kaBoy kuyasha.
And a Tanzanian official came to my door knocking. Boy's mother, there's a fire, he said.
Ngaqala ngamziba kancane. Walandela intombi yakhe lo mfana lo. Washaya umnyango futhi naye mama boy phumani kuyasha. Savuka ke sagxuma.
I ignored him just a bit. Because I was still sleepy. And the wife came along and she also said the same thing. And then we quickly got up as there was a fire.
Yeah. Okay, ngavuka. Nguthi ngase uma uvuke ebuthongweni nawo awukhona ukuba straight. Ngavuka ngacinga ukhiye kwakumnyama. Ngacinga ukhiye. Ngawuthatha ukhiye ngathi ngiyavula ibhatla lami livalekela ngaphandle ngathi ngiyavula ukhiye wadropa down.
I was still quite sleepy and it was very dark and I was looking for my key. So at my door, the burglar you lock it on the outside. So as I was unlocking it, my key fell onto the floor.
Uthema ukhiye ngamemeza lo ntombazana ade nginokhela ubengakahambi kakhulu ngamemeza athi Munira wozongcoshela ukhiye ungivulele.
As the key dropped, I shouted and I said, Munira, please, the lady that had just knocked at my door, she wasn't that far. So I called her name and I told her that my key fell. Can you please help me pick up the key and open for me?
And then Munira wajika fast wawucinga ngabo kumnyango ukhiye wawuthola wangivulela.
And in the darkness, she came in and she looked for it in the dark and she opened for me.
Ngaleso sikhathi vele passage lonke bese ligcwele intuthu.
By that time, the whole passage was just filled with smoke.
Ngalelo langa ngangilele nomntwana wami no boyfriend.
On that night, I was with my child and my boyfriend.
Boyfriend wami wathatha umntwana ngoba umntwana wami une heavyweight mkhulu kakhulu mina vele useyangihlula. ukumphatha.
My boyfriend took the child because my child is now quite big and heavy. So my boyfriend took the child.
And then uboyfriend wami ngathi ngiphuma kulama steps engijwayele ukuphuma ngawo wangitshela wathi no musukuya this side hamba ngale side laserufini.
And when I was exiting on the normal steps that I normally exit at, he told me, no, don't go out through those steps. We must exit through the roof.
Yes, kulama steps angemuva at the back.
The steps at the back.
Yo saphuma ke maseserufini naye bengagqokanga kuphelele ewiswa amabhlukwe ememadolweni sama ngamgqokisa ke ibhluke ebamba umntwana kanje ukuthi ngehla kanjani emastebhisini angifuna uqamba mangangikhumbuli kodwa ngabona sengingaphandle ngoba kwakumnyama.
He was also half dressed, so I was helping him pull up his pants. Things just happened quite fast. I don't know how I got down the steps because it was just so dark. I helped him get dressed and we got out.
Wafike ke phandle wanginikeza umntwana wabuyela ngaphakathi yena wathi uyocinga ama-brothers wakhe.
And then when we got outside, he gave me the child and he said he's going back to look for his brothers.
Waphinde futhi waphuma nama-brother wakhe bengalimalanga.
And then he came out again with his brothers. They weren't hurt.
Ms. Ndebele, seemingly that there was a disaster of a fire. Did you or anyone that you know attempt to call for help, either City of Johannesburg Fire Department or the ambulance department or anyone else?
Njengoba kwakwenzeka lesi sigameko somlilo wena noma abanye benu bazama yini ukuthi befonele umasipala bebazisa ngomlilo?
No, mina ngaphuma vele sekugcwele ngaphandle. But ngaphuma ngahlala la elangeni ngama cause akuhambeki nalomntwana uthi uheavy kakhulu. Sahlala khona and then ngathi mangikhuphuka sengiya lapha ngaphambili eflectini. Ngafica sekhona ama firefighters.
No, I was with the child because my child you can't really you're not mobile with him because it's a bit heavy. But when I went to the front, I found the firefighters. They were already there. It looked like they had just gotten there.
Ms. Ndebele, when you saw the firefighters, what were they doing?
Ngesikhathi uyibona icisha mlilo bebenzani?
Le enye imoto yayicisha enye imili imoto engacisha.
The one car was putting out the truck. The one fire truck was putting out the fire, and the other fire truck was just stationary. There was no action from there.
Ngoba ngikhumbula ngathi uma ngivela laphana kwakukhona ababemile la eceleni ngathi mina nina nikhamisile lana why ningafonela ibackup ngoba niyawubona lo mlilo lona ukuthi uyakhupha why ningafonela ibackup yamanye ama trucks ukuthi eletha amanzi. Wangiphendula lo muntu wathi wena mawufuna ukusebenza emanzini ngene usebenze ungazosijwayela kahle.
When I got around the corner and I saw what was going on, I spoke to one of the guys who were just standing there. It's an official firefighter as well. And I asked him, why are you standing here? Why don't you call back up so other trucks can come? Because the fire is actually escalating and it's going higher. And the guy said, if you would like to work here, then you can work with the water. But please just leave us alone.
Ms. Ndebele, are you saying that the two fires were not sufficient in dealing with that type of fire and that prompted your comments to these firefighters?
Nkosazana Ndebele, usho ukuthi lezi imoto lezi icishamlilo ezimbili ebezimile ngaphandle ubona ukuthi umlilo ubumkhulu kakhulu ukuthi lezi imoto ezimbili zingawucisha lo mlilo?
Ngendlela omkhulu ngayo lo yamlilo bengeke beze bewucishe ngeimoto ezimbili futhi azikho mbili beyiyo ngoba lenenye ibingacisha becisha imoto.
The magnitude of that fire was enormous. Two fire trucks wouldn't have been sufficient, but there were 2 trucks, but only one was working either way. So even 2 trucks wouldn't have been sufficient to switch off the fire, to put down the fire, because the fire was just so big.
Ene bona bafundile ngomlilo lo. Angeke mina ngize ngibone umlilo lo ukuthi too much, bona bengawuboni ukuthi too much.
And these are professionals. They know about the fire. This is what they do. I'm just a person who could see. I saw that fire was too big for one car, but they are supposed to know because they can see that the fire is big. But yeah.
Ms. Ndebele, what are your comments in terms of the efficiency of the City of Johannesburg firefighting department and the other department of the City of Johannesburg in dealing with that fire at Usindiso?
Ungakhuluma mhlambe usitshele ngokusebenza kwecishamlilo nomasipala ngalobo busuku lobo becisha lomlilo ukuthi ngabe basebenza kanjani, basebenza ngayiphi indlela ngokubona kwakho nje uma unika uvo mayelana nokusebenza kwabo ngalobo busuku?
Mina ngibona wami abasebenza kahle ngoba ukube namanje ngisasho ukuthi ukube bathi immediately befika bawubona lo mlilo ukuthi uzoba njengalendlela wabayiyo, kwakumele befonele i-backup same time there and there, bengakaqali nokucima. Abanye kwakufanele bebeqala bekhipha lamapipe amade aqimayo, abanye bebefone besho ukuthi guys lo mlilo lo uzosihlula nathi. Ngabazange kufe labantu abaningi kangaka abafa labayana ukube bona benza ngendlela right. Mhlambe kodwa kangazi ke sebejwayele ukuthi bebona abantu befa I don't know.
In my opinion, they didn't work efficiently at all. That fire was really big. That as if they got there and they saw the magnitude of the fire that we all saw and called for backup and said, come, this fire is way too big. The amount of people that died wouldn't have died on that night. They weren't efficient at all. They should have called for backup, in my opinion. But maybe they're used to seeing people dying by magnitudes. Maybe that's why they weren't as concerned. But in my opinion, not a lot of people wouldn't have died if they would have actually called for backup.
Ms. Ndebele, am I right to say that but for the conduct of the fire department in dealing with the fire, this fire could have been easily been put out if there was sufficient personnel, and the loss of life could have been avoided but for their conduct or omission thereof?
Mayelana nokusebenza kwabo, indlela abaziphatha ngayo ngalobo busuku lobo benza umsebenzi wabo, ngineqiniso yini uma ngithi ukube benza izinto ngendlela ehlukile, ngabe abantu abaningi kangakayana, ngabe ngaba bashonanga, ukube kwaba khona okuhlukile abakwenzayo, ngoba kubonakala ngathi khona abangakwenzanga. Wena ubona kanjani?
Mina ngibona ngathi ukuba benza ngalendlela abenza ngayo ngabe basave impilo zabantu eziningi kakhulu lapha.
In my opinion, if they didn't do things the way they did, a lot of people's lives would have been saved.
Ms. Ndebele, did you or your children or your partner or any of your relatives sustain any injuries as a result of this fire?
Nkosazana Ndebele, wena nabathandiweyo bakho nezihlobo zakho noma uphathina wakho nengane yakho khona yini ukulimala enakuthola ngalomlilo noma izihlobo zakho?
Noma engatholanga ukulimala okubonakalayo umntwana wami, kodwa uboy ubese kwazi ukuhamba esuka endlini eyerufini la sika khona amanzi masilale shelter before umlilo, ubekwazi ukuzowokhela alone. After umlilo akazange aphinda kwazi ukuhamba.
So, even though physically there aren't any scars or injuries, but psychologically there was a problem because prior the fire he could walk on his own to the roof, and he would walk to where we were getting water, and after the fire he can't walk.
Namanje nje uma ungafika la ngihlala khona naye akakwazi ukusihambela noma umbambile uyasaba ukuhamba angazi ukuthi kwenzakalani angazi.
Even now where we stay, even when you hold him, helping him to walk, he's afraid. You can see that he's afraid. He doesn't walk. He won't walk. I don't know what happened, but something happened.
Miss Ndebele, did you experience any close death of any relative, family friend, or a family member as a result of this fire?
Nkosazana Ndebele, bakhona yini ihlobo zakho noma abangani bakho abasweleka ngalesi sigameko somlilo?
Azikho ihlobo zami ezashona. Umuntu washona nje engimaziyo bekumngani wengane yami ebese ngimthatha njengomntwana wami ebesihlala naye khona e4th floor.
There isn't any relative of mine, but there was a child who was my child's friend, who I considered to be a child of mine as well, because we were so close. He passed away.
Madam Chair, I shall move to the aftermath of the fire.
Yes.
Ms. Ndebele, could you tell the Commission as to how did the fire at Usindiso change your life or affect it?
Nkosazana Ndebele, ungachazela iCommissioner ukuthi lo mlilo wenzekile osendisweni ushintshe kanjani impilo yakho futhi sishintshe kanjani impilo yakho?
Umlilo wasemashali uyishintshe kakhulu impilo yami. Uyishintshe kakhulu ngendlela ukuthi bengikwazi mina ukuzenzela itoho osindisweni. Ngikwazi ukukhulisa abantwana bami. Ngikwazi nokubafundisa. Njengamanje ngistakile. Yonke into eyenzakalayo yenzakala edrobheni. So ngistakile kunzima ngalendlela ukuthi ngisafara ngisho nokwenzela yena lo mntwana lo izinto ekufanele ngabe ngimenzela zona njengomama.
The fire changed my life. It changed my life in a way that I cannot explain, but drastically so, because when I was living in the shelter, I was able to move around and be able to create jobs here and there for myself in order for me to be able to provide for my children. But right now, I am stuck. I can't do anything. I'm just stuck. Because everything happens in town, and I'm just stuck.
Ms. Ndebele, could you tell the Commission as to what losses have you suffered as a result of the fire?
Nkosazana Ndebele, ungayitshela le commission ukuthi ukulahlekelwa kwakho iziphi izinto olahlekelwe ngazo ngenxa yalomlilo?
Ngilahlekelwe nje endlini, ngalahlekelwa nje izinto zomntwana, impahla zakhe. Ngalahlekelwa nezinto engangiyidayisa ukuthi ngiphilise yena lo mntwana.
I lost my child's clothes and the stock that I was basically using in order to be able to provide for my child that was burnt as well.
Ms. Ndebele, given your losses, have you received any assistance from whether the city of Johannesburg, the national government, or anywhere else in addressing your losses?
Nkosazana Ndebele, khona yini isinxephezelo suke wasithola kuhulumeni noma kumasipala noma yipi enye inhlangano ngenxa yalomlilo wenzakalile.
Isinxephezelo engike ngasithola esaka Red Cross.
I only received compensation from the Red Cross.
Ngathola imali yaka Red Cross engango 4,000.
I received money from Red Cross, which was 4,000 rands.
Ms. Ndebele, did you receive any psychological help to deal with the trauma of the night of the fire?
Walithola usizo lokululeka ngokwengqondo ngenxa yomlilo wenzeka.
Sengilitholile kwamanje ku sister usistumi osebenza eVets, uyena oke wafika la sihlala khona wazama ukusitshela ukuthi kumele sihambe naye kuze bezozama ukusiluleka ngokwengqondo.
I have received assistance from Sister Tumi. She's from Vets. She came to where we stay and told us that we should come with them and they will help us and give us help psychologically.
Ms. Ndebele, could you tell the Commission as to immediately after the fire, where did you stay?
Emva komlilo masikhathi kusho sekushile yonke into uhlale ku.
Emva komlilo ngihlale estradini eMaxhoseni.
After the fire, I lived on the streets eMaxhoseni.
Ngihlale isikhathi ngoba ngihlale isikhathi esingangu viki eMaxhoseni estradini. Ngahamba ngaya la besibekwe khona eBesvali.
I lived on the streets eMaxhoseni for 1 week, and then I moved to a place where we were placed to Besvali, which is where we were placed.
And then thema ngifike eBesvali angangamukeleka. Satshelwa ukuthi asiphumi osindisweni. Asibuyele la siphuma khona. Ngoba besingahlala ukube besihlala osindisweni besizofika from day 1.
I was turned away from Besvali. I was told that I wasn't coming from Usindiso, and that if I was coming from Usindiso, then I would have been there from day 1. We must go back where we were coming from. We were chased away.
Could you tell the Commission as to who was saying those directions?
Ungayitshela iCommission ukuthi ubani lo owayekhipha lo myalelo wokuthi awuphuma osindisweni?
Unokuthula. Usisi obesebenza lapha eBesvali.
Her name is Noktula. She was working there at Besvali.
And then ngahamba ngayo rent eRosettenville ngemali yomntwana.
Then I used the child's grant money, and we went to Rosettenville. I found a place that we could rent there.
Ngirente for 3 months, and then bekukhona intombazane ebengijwayele ukukhuluma nayo ebesisuka nayo eshelter ihlala eBesvali. Yangitshela ukuthi sekuphuma imkhukhu sesizokhishwa eBesvali siyothola imkhukhu.
So when there was a girl, when I was living in Rosettenville, there was a girl that I was in communication with. She was living in Besvali. She was one of the people that were taking it in at the shelter in Besvali. So we were communicating with her, and she told me that there's now a distribution of informal settlements, and that I should.
Uthe sekuzophuma imkhukhu kufanele ukuthi ngifike kuze nami bezokwazi ukungiallocate.
I should come to Besvali.
Not to Besvali, to Mkhukhwini, to Denver.
And she told me that I should go to Denver because they're about to allocate at the informal settlements so that I can also be able to get my own place.
Ngaya ngo day 1 khona eDenver kwafike bangitshela ukuthi indawo ayikho.
I went on the first day at Denver and they told me that there was no space for me.
Yona leyo ntombazane yangitshela futhi ukuthi hayi bathe bazo allocate abantu ngaya ku Monday yathi bathe bazo allocate abantu on Thursday wena Thursday buya uzothola lo sisi abathi uzanele.
And I communicated with the same girl and she told me that, because I had gone on a Monday, and she told me that, no, you must come back on Thursday. There's a lady, her name is Zanele, and you must speak to her. She's the one that is going to be allocating spaces for people. So you must come back on Thursday.
Ngase ngaya kusizanele ngalulesine ngaya ngiphethe incwadi eyayibhalwe udoctor wakhe umntwana. Incwadi ekwakuye yaka housing udoctor wayebhalela incwadi abaka housing ukuthi cela betholele umntwana indawo yokuhlala since kushile leshelter.
And then I went back on Thursday and I spoke to Sis Zanele, and as I spoke to her I had a letter from the doctor, my child's doctor, who had written a letter and asking that they should provide accommodation for my child, so I gave her the letter.
So, Ms. Ndebele, where do you stay now and who allocated you?
Khona eDenver wang allocate yena uZanele.
At Denver, and Zanele allocated a place for me.
Could you tell the commission as to the conditions at Denver?
Sicela utshele ikhomishana ngesimo sokuhlala eDenver ukuthi sinjani.
Isimo sokuhlala eDenver sikho right at all. Asikho nje right. Lapha yana imkhukhu yakhona ngizoqala ngemkhukhu yakhona imkhukhu yakhona ayakhiwanga ngendlela eright awukwazi ukuthi ungafika ube kumkhukhu la ubeke nje ungagubhanga.
The situation at Denver is not good at all. The shacks that they have built for us are not habitable, so they haven't dug a foundation. They just put corrugated iron like a box and they just put it there with no foundation.
Imkhukhu yakhona okuwukuthi makunizulu amanzi angena phezulu angena emzimbeni wonke womkhukhu amanzi ayangena angene phakathi endlini ngalesikhathi kunizulu fanele ukuthi usukume nezingane nime phezulu kombhede because amanzi angena all over akukho la angangena khona angena emzimbeni angena phezulu angena phansi la sihlaliswe khona sihlaliswe endaweni eyamanzi.
The situation is very dire. When it's raining, the rain comes down the corrugated iron, so even the roof leaks and the walls as well. Around the walls, the water comes down the wall, and the environment, the land there is a wet area, so water also comes up as well from underneath. So when it's raining, it's just water. You have to stand on the bed with your children because water is just coming in the house and down as well through the corrugated iron.
Ms. Ndebele, were these living conditions addressed to the city of Johannesburg, national government, or anyone else? And what was the response, if any?
Lesi simo senu sokuhlala eDenver senike nasibikela yini uhulumeni noma umasipala waseGoli noma khona yini seke ngambikela mayelana nalesi simo sokuhlala saseDenver?
Si reportile kuye yena uZanele and then usitshelile ukuthi uzofaka ama drain mara noma engawafaka ama drain lapha yana thina siphezulu ngaphansi kunezamazama lapha yana mangabe uhamba kwezinye indawo zakhona kuyashake lapha yana kuvuleka izimbobo ezinkulu ulale kungenambobo kusekuseni kunembobo.
I've told Zanele, and she said that she was going to put drainages. But the problem is there's also zamazamas, people that drill underground, illegal miners. And they basically are there. So some places are a bit shaky, like when you're walking, like it's shaky. There's explosions underground. And so that's a bit of a situation because even though she will be putting drains, but some places there's illegal mining that's happening.
So could you tell the commission as to how is it living under those conditions with a disabled child?
Ungayitshela iCommission ukuthi Sinjani isimo sakho sokuphila njengoba uphila nengane ekhubazekile?
Isimo sokuphila laphana sibhlungu kakhulu. Sibhlungu ngalendlela ukuthi umntwana wami usebuyele ebunganeni. Ukuya kwami lapha kumbuyisele ebuntwaneni. Akana space sokuhamba. Akakwazi ukwenza lutho nje. Bengizama ukumenza i-toilet training una 10 years. Lapha yana can't do anything. Angikwazi ukumdonsa ngimuse phandle. Even esendlini futhi phakathi akakhululeki. So lo muntu ona 10 years lo usebuyele kube umntwana omncane again.
The situation at Denver is really hard. My child has gone back to a situation where he's like a little child now. He's like a little child now. And I can't walk him outside because there's no space to walk him outside. Inside the house, I can't walk him. The situation is really bad for me living with a disabled child.
And laphaya umntwana usitholile isikole ngendlela okukude ngayo. I-transporting charge 1.5 ukumsusa lapha ngimuse esikoleni. Isikole asinayo imoto yokumnikeza ukuthi alandwe imoto yesikole.
We have found a school for the child, but the school is quite far. And I have to pay 1,500 rands a month for the transport. The school doesn't provide transport for the child, so I have to pay 1,500.
Ms. Ndebele, could you tell the Commission as to your comments as to what caused the fire, if you have any knowledge of those facts?
Nkosazana Ndebele, ungayibikela ikhomishana mawukuthi uyazi ukuthi ngabe yini eyadala umlilo owenzeka uSindiso ebusuku?
Angazi ukuthi yini eyadala umlilo. Angizange ngize ngibone ukuthi yini eyadala umlilo.
I don't know. I don't know what caused the fire. I didn't see what caused the fire.
Ms. Ndebele, do you have anything else to tell the Commission in order to assist it in conducting its mandate?
Khona yini ongathanda ukuthi ukuthule phambi kwekhomishana ukubasiza njengoba benza lolu phenyo abalenzayo?
Angifuna mama akukho engikwaziyo ukuzwa nje ngabantu besho ukuthi obani nobani ababenza leyo abashisa. Kodwa mina nje uqobo lami angazi.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. I've heard people saying that this happened, who burnt what, but personally I don't know. I don't wanna lie, I don't know. I don't have anything to say.
Madam Chair, that will be all for examination in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Maponya. Advocate Siminya.
We have no questions for the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Mgomezulu.
Yes, Chair, just one question. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Sawubona Nkosazana Ndebele.
You've told the Commission about the challenges that you and your minor child are experiencing. Can you tell the Commission if any of this information has been communicated to the authorities, be it social development, City of Johannesburg, or any other person who is in a position to assist with your situation? And if you have spoken to them, what has been their response?
Uthulile ubufakazi bakho mayelana nokuphila nomntwana onokukhubazeka lapho ohlale khona. Engifuna ukwazi nje ukuthi ngabe khona yini osuke wakhuluma nabo ubika lolu daba lakho. Kungaba abantu basonhlala kahle, kungaba abantu bakwamasipala, kungaba noma umuphi umuntu osuke walithula lolu daba lakho nalenkinga ohlangabezana nalo na?
Ngiyele ngaya Department of Housing. ba la eGandhi Square. eGandhi Square bangithumela e222 eBramfontein. eBramfontein bangithembisa ukuthi bazongifunela indawo yomntwana okuhlala. Oh, sorry.
I went to the housing department at Gandhi Square and they sent me to Bramfontein, and at Bramfontein they told me that they will provide accommodation for my child. They will call me to provide accommodation for the child.
Bengisoloko ngifona ke ngifonela khona lo bhuti lo obengisiza khona e222. On November lo bhuti wangitshela ukuthi indawo yomntwana uyitholile. Indawo la ekuzohlala khona umntwana uyitholile. Iproblem yakhe ushoda ngamaloya azosayina isivumelano sokuthi ngiyohlaliswa lapho nomntwana.
So in November, I had been doing follow-ups after the Bramfontein visit, and then in November, the guy called me and told me that he found a place for my child to stay, but he's looking for lawyers that will help him with the documentation to certify that I will be living there with the child.
And since that day, lo bhuti azangaphinde abambe phone.
And from that day,
Until today.
and from that day, that man doesn't answer my calls until today.
Thank you, Chairperson. That was the
Thank
only
you,
question.
Mr. Nkomisulu. Mr. Maponya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we wish to admit the statement of Ms. Usindiso Ndebele into evidence as Exhibit NRF 42.
Thank you.
Thank
It's so admitted.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Ndebele, we thank you for having come to give evidence before this commission.
Nkosazana Ndebele, siyabonga kakhulu ngokuzothula ubufakazi bakho phambi kwekhomishani.
You may step down as a witness, ma'am.
Ungehla njengomfakazi. Siyabonga.
That, Chairperson, Madam Commissioner, is the business of the day.
Yes. These proceedings stand adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock.